Bind in seat 9. Same one. Bind in seat 9. Seat 2. I'll get you. Seat 2.
What'd you have? No live streaming right now? Okay. Just playing. You are live streaming? You said you weren't.
Are you in 2?
Make sure we have our phones on the podium, guys. Sorry, I'll select them. I'll select them. Phones, please. I need everybody's phones, please. Get up and look at the next person. I can have it on the podium.
And we are live at Poker House Fort Worth on YouTube and Facebook. This is the Tuesday night Congress tournament. Had a lot of fun with the tournament last week. Can't wait to see what this week brings. Starting out with the main table, 5-handed. A little bit easier for a little while to see what everyone has anyway. Lane and Robert still here to see a turn. No low draw on this one here. Looks like we have clubs did hit though. Robert king high flush. Almost straight flush, but not quite. Robert gonna bet 3,000. Looks like Lane's gonna look him up just to see what that set. The tens. Poker House Fort Worth Tuesday, $1,000 guaranteed, $65 entry at Congress tournament. You still have quite a bit of time. Let me see how much time here in real time. You still got about an hour and a half to get anywhere around the area. Well, DJ's cards are out. He's got trip aces in his hand. See if he can win with 3 of a kind in his hand. Blinds are low. No reason not to see some flops. You never know. He's got a diamond draw to go with those trip aces. All 5 players involved. King, 7, queen, rainbow flop. We've got dealer Kevin in the box right now. 2 pair for player Kevin. Deuce of hearts, no change brings the heart draw. Chew with a 6 high hearts. This one's going to check around as well. See if the low does get there. It does get there on the river. So Robert with the ace 5 low, DJ ace 4. So DJ nut low, Kevin 2 pair. Robert's going to call with his pair. Chew going to let his go. Kevin, yeah, Kevin's going to look it up with the 2 pair. So DJ is going to have the low here with the ace 4, and Kevin's top 2 will take down the high. Yeah, Robert was calling with the ace 5 there. That's what it was. I want to thank everyone for tuning in for this Congress tournament. We are on Facebook and YouTube. I can see both chats, so let me know who you're tuning in to watch, who you're rooting on this evening, or if you're just trying to see a little bit of 5-card high-low action. Leon going to bet this one out with his open-ended. DJ open-ended as well. Just has to go ahead and come along with the $800 call. Nine on the river. Yeah, no low gets there, so I do believe. Oh yeah, no, those are low. 4, 5. Lanes at 3, 4 are going to be good for the low, and his pair of queens going to be good for the high. And so that's going to be a scoop there for Lane. All players bought into this tournament for $65. $65 gets you a $20,000 starting chip stack, and then you can do an instant bonus for $10 for additional $10,000 in chips, $30,000 starting stack. That's why you see all of these players here around that 30,000 mark. It's a good way to get your feet wet on Congress without having to invest too much into a cash game. The cash games here at Poker House Fort Worth, we have free Congress for the month of August. And so we've been getting quite a few Congress tables together, and they can get a little bit pricey. So $65 is a fantastic way to learn 5-card high-low, or just if you enjoy playing it, getting to play a little bit without having to invest a lot of money into the game. Jack deuce 7 2 hearts on here. DJ with king high flush draw. Robert bets 1,000 out with his ace 4 low. There's a counterfeit ace for him. It's going to bring him 3 hearts as well. DJ is going to have the nut flush here. There's only 2 to a low. Lane has the nut low draw. Robert's just counterfeit all over the place. Let's him just to go for a boat draw there with his ace, deuce, decides to go ahead and let that go. Lane has the nut low. Does he want to try to pot for half the pot? Actually, he is going to raise it up here. Oh, no, he didn't. DJ is the one that bet a lot here. DJ put out a pretty hefty bet. I thought DJ only bet 2,800. He bet 6,800. So I thought Lane had raised him up out of his seat there. Chew here with the set of jacks. Going to come along as well, see if he can catch a board pair here on the river to take this one away from DJ. And the river is a 5 of clubs. DJ is going to put his nut flush high all in. Lane with the wheel low is going to make that call, and Chew probably folded. Yeah, he did. And so DJ and Lane are going to chop up this pretty healthy pot, getting them both back above the starting stack here. I don't mind Chew's gamble there. Either one of those players can be coming along with that nut flush. And the board pairing river there with his set of jacks is going to be good a majority of the time. Just got to be careful of pocket aces. But this early in the tournament with re-entries available, I think it's a gamble you can afford to take. Hand at number 5. Blinds are still 100, 200 here for this Congress tournament. Chew, who played really well last week. Curious to see how far he runs in this one tonight. Of course, you have Kevin in the 5 seat. He was last week's winner. They did an ICM chop, and he ended up with the lion's share. Back to defend his title. Lane going to raise this one up with pocket aces with the ace hearts working. And ace, ace, deuce, tray. Good hand here. 1 suited ace to go with it. Chew going to let his go. Kevin with 2, 3, 4. He's got the 7 to 8 middle, but I don't know if it's going to be worth quite 3,000 now. He goes and lets that go. DJ wanting to see a flop with the ace, suited ace, tray 5, pocket 7s. Robert, not much to write home about, folds his hand as well. So we're going to go heads up between DJ and Lane. Flop comes 4, 5, 4. That is, neither player has the 4, but DJ with the ace tray, Lane has the ace deuce with pocket aces. Pretty well ahead in this hand right here. We'll see if he wants to go ahead and probably going to make a pot size bet here. Yeah, that's exactly what he does. DJ's going to come along though. Believes in the ace tray and pocket 7s. The 7 would be a gin card for him. King of spades on the turn. Does give DJ some life there with the spade draw. Lane going to go ahead and jam all in. And DJ with the extra spades now pickup is going to make that call. 10 of clubs on the river doesn't change anything there. So no low, and Lane with the pocket aces is going to take down that high. So scoop there by Lane. DJ had a lot of outs. Nothing wrong with getting it in on that turn. This early in the tournament, you're trying to double up or rebuy. Gonna see a dealer change here at this feature live streamed table. If I've watched enough streams, commentated enough streams here, looks like that's going to be John in the box. Got those ex-football player hands there.
3 inches is the same amount, and it'll be 100 add-on on the break for 100K.
But I gotta go broke first, right?
Can he get out of the tournament and then buy in at the break again?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like a re-entry.
Yeah, it's a re-entry.
Kevin could be the first to act on this hand here, looking down at Queen Jack 6-6 tray. Not much there, but sometimes players will like to play pretty much any hands when the blinds are this low. Again, it's only a $65 entry tournament. You can catch lightning in a bottle and go ahead and re-enter. DJ calls, Robert calls, Lane gonna make the call. Chew gonna check his options. We're gonna go 5 ways to a flop, 4-8-6. Pretty lot of nothing there. DJ open-ended, Chew open-ended, Robert open-ended. I'm sorry, not DJ. Chew and Robert open-ended. Ace on the turn does bring the low home. DJ with the deuce tray, low nuts. Kevin does have a set of sixes. He's going to go ahead and pot it here. DJ going to come along as well. Or no, DJ might have checked. Kevin checked a DJ bet pot. Robert calls the 100 there with the open-ended straight draw. 5 on the river does get Robert home. So 7-9 of Chew, 7-9 of Robert to DJ with the deuce tray low. We're going to have a half quarter situation here because Chew and Robert are never going to fold. And Robert actually went all in as well over the top of DJ. So Chew, there's still not much. There's still no reason for him to fold here. But you've always got to be afraid of getting quartered. That's the problem. So, yeah, everybody's going to call here. So, I'm pretty sure, let the graphics catch up here, but I'm pretty sure Kevin folded his hand. DJ going to be the lone low winner. And Robert and Chew both with the 7-9. Going to get a quarter apiece. So Dealer John will drag in DJ's chips to make the main pot. And actually, there is going to be a side pot between Robert and Chew here. Robert. Trying to see what Chew has here. Robert does have the ace-4 player.
That's not really my problem. I think he bet 1,000. Not 1,000. He did a poker 9.
Oh, why couldn't that have been popped down?
Once again, thank everyone for tuning into Poker House Fort Worth live on YouTube and Facebook. We are 1 week away, next Tuesday from the Summer Jam 2, the second run of the $50,000 guaranteed $65 buy-in tournament. We had almost $70,000 in the pot back in June. and looking to have that same production this month. Can't wait for that. It's a joint production between Poker House Fort Worth and Poker House Peaks in Dallas. Both clubs are going to be running 8 flights simultaneously. And starting next Tuesday, we're going to have evening flights on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at 6 p.m. Friday, we're going to have 2 flights, noon and 6 p.m. And then Saturday, a busy day, all 3 clubs will be hosting 3 separate flights. The noon on that Saturday, 6 p.m. Saturday night, and then a turbo flight Saturday night, totaling 8 flights between the 2 clubs running simultaneously. It's only a $65 entry fee. With a $50,000 guarantee, you just can't beat that return on this type of tournament. We're taking the 2 best bags forward. So you have 8 flights to get 2 bags put together. And if you can get that 3rd bag in those 8 flights somewhere, you get that $500 cash instant triple bag bonus. First thing on Sunday, day 2, on August 25th. And we're going to be at Poker House Fort Worth for this day 2. The one back in June, we were at Peaks in Dallas. And this time, we're all coming back to Poker House Fort Worth right here in Burleson, 1 p.m., day 2, August 25th. Again, that starts next Tuesday, 1 week from today. The $65 entry fee, $50,000 guaranteed. Summer Jam 2. Looks like we picked up a 6th player here in this tournament. Looks like Paul hopping in, going to try to play some Congress. Again, early in the tournament with the blinds where they are, you'll see a lot of people play any 5 cards while the blinds are low. Try to catch a good hand here. So you're going to see a lot of multiple limps here pre-flop. Lots of people seeing a flop while it's cheap. John putting out 8-8-5 rainbow. Lane with an 8. Kevin with an 8. Ace deuce DJ flops the nut low. And beyond counterfeit here, looks like it's going to be the only low. So DJ here going to be the beneficiary again of 2 other players having the high. But there's one of his deuces. Let's see what he has to back it up with. He still has ace 4. And that's still going to be the low between these players. Again, Kevin with the 8, Lane with the 8. But Lane has there it is, the ace 8-5. So Lane has the boat. So Kevin's dead to a 6, 7, or jack here on this river. And DJ is going to go ahead and put the rest of his chips here while they are all calling it. Paul's coming along as well. What is Paul looking at here? 10 on the river doesn't change anything. So Lane's 8-5 is going to be the high here. Paul ended up not making it anywhere on that. And DJ's ace 4 is going to play for the low. So big come up there for DJ. Yeah, like I said, that's going to put Lane up on those 2 big pots there. It's going to put him up over double starting stack. And DJ, you hear him say, I'm trying to rebuy, and that's 2 times he's 2.5x'd his stack, or 3 almost, winning the low twice on a multi-way pot.
People saw that river there. And funny when you
Two black queens again, too. 3 hands in a row.
You know, in June we had almost $70,000 in that prize pool for the $65 buy-in, 50K guarantee summer jam. I'm wondering if we can match that. That would be absolutely fantastic, if not surpass it. For a $65 entry, it was just such a great tournament. And we're going to be bringing it to you live here at Poker House Fort Worth for all of the day 2 action once those 8 flights are complete. And we'll probably even stream some of the flights as well next week. 10 Jack 8 on this flop here. Let's see if we can decipher what everyone else has. Chew's going to be betting it out here. He's got pocket queens with a flop straight. I'm sorry, he has pocket queens, but he's got a flop straight with the queen 9. Paul here with the middle set with the 10s. 3 of diamonds does bring the low draw. Right now that's being held by Lane. Chew going to continue on with the straight. Paul here looking for a board pair. They're going to come along, and Lane, who's going to be chasing that. He's got the club draw too. So ace on the river does bring the low. Deuce 4 Lane does have the nut low. Let's see if he applies max pressure here. Paul actually took the lead with the high with the king queen. So this hand did a complete somersault to the point where I almost didn't catch it. Chew got unfortunately rivered there pretty heavily. Paul gets lucky with the king queen Broadway. And Chew puts in the rest of his chips here. So yeah, you see the frustration there by Chew, seeing that he was rivered by Paul with the Broadway straight, the king 10, and with the king queen. And Chew had 2 of the queens in his hand too, so that's hard to do 6-handed, to have 2 queens and your opponent still wake up with king queen on that river. And Lane slides right through with that 4 deuce nut low. So Lane stacking even more chips, and Paul going to get that other half of that pot. And I believe that's going to be all of Chew's chips, so he'll be reaching for the re-entry. Yep, you hear him there say rebuy. Yeah, Paul had a lot of outs. He had a 10 high flush draw, which was third nuts on the flushes, and he had any board pairing full house with the set of 10s, and then got extremely lucky to spike that ace on the river, giving him the Broadway.
I watched one or two seasons when it first came out, but that was years ago. I don't watch it. That kind of stuff. Where's Shoe going? But what I'm saying is, for years, all I saw. Hey, Shoe's come back to seat 7.
Gory, bad shit. So I gravitate toward. I've seen more bad people anyway.
Me too.
Did you miss one hand?
Chew getting his re-entry back in, and we are still 6-handed on this feature table. If you're watching or listening from anywhere around Poker House Fort Worth area, you've got about an hour to still get into this Congress tournament. It's only a $65 entry tournament. An additional $10 instant bonus gets you 10,000 extra in chips for a total starting stack of 30,000. Plenty of chips to play. Get some 5-card high-low action. Congress. It's about the cheapest way to get some Congress action in the DFW area, that's for sure. We've had quite a few Congress games here at Poker House Fort Worth this month. since August is our free Congress month. That's right, all of our cash games are free of the hourly access rates. So you can come play Congress at any time at Poker House Fort Worth that we have a game going and have $0 access rates.
1,000 bet.
779 on this flop. DJ going to bet at 1,000 with his pair of nines. Lane is just on fire, waking up with a 7 here, looking to fill up with a boat, but he does have the ace kicker for now. Deuce on the turn does bring in the low draw. 5 on the river does fill it up for Lane. DJ with no low. They're going to go check here. That 7-5 is going to be the good hand. Small pot there. It goes Lane's away, who cannot miss right now. Cannot miss right now.
Blinds are up 2 and 4, guys. 2 and 4.
Those pipes can come. Keeps doing that all the time.
Make sure your card in here. Your C7.
I'm gonna rub something here. I do that once while I throw the computer away. They enjoy me doing it.
Last week's champion Kevin looking down under the gun here at ace 10 8 8 6. A working ace club flush. Decides to go ahead and see a flop. DJ coming along as well, trying to get his stack either run all the way down and bind back in or running it up. You see Chew there switching seats on his re-entry. Re-entry is just like a brand new person walking through the door and has a random seat. So we're going to have not the graphics catch up here, but it could be 3 players to a flop here. Actually, everyone to a flop here as per usual, maybe. Let's get a look at this flop here. I believe there was a queen out there. It was either deuce, tray, queen. I don't think it was 3. Yeah, deuce, deuce, queen. So Lane with top, Chew flopping 3 deuces. 4 diamonds on the turn. No fill up there for Chew just yet, but still ahead with the deuce. See a 3-5 player there for DJ if the load does come. So he's going to go ahead and make that call. Actually, he's going to raise it up and go ahead and put it all in. He's got the 3-5 open-ended straight draw. So long as no one's made a boat yet, that still could be good. He has a 5-high flush draw, which he doesn't know it, but it's good on the river as well, as long as it's not an 8, 10, or jack of clubs, if I'm looking at these cards correctly, because that would give Chew the full house. 5 of diamonds on the river. That's going to give DJ the nut straight, and it's going to be good enough for the low as well, as no one has ace tray at low. So a big scoop there for DJ, who's just trying to rebuy, and here he is just getting it in the last few hands and found himself back over the starting stack without having to rebuy. It's always a good thing. So scoop there for DJ. Oh no, he had a pair of 4s in his hand. I apologize, didn't even see that. It's hard to see a lot of the cards here. So either the reader didn't pick it up or I flat out missed it, but he turned the full house 4s full of deuces. So no wonder he put it all in there on the turn. Once again, I missed that one there. I do apologize. Happens quite a bit when you're looking at this many cards pre-flop and it's early in the tournament, so a lot of players are playing a lot of hands. Try to pick up on all the cards.
Fold. 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 1600 today. Fold.
Lane gonna raise this one up with the pocket kings, king hearts working with the 10 of hearts. Paul gives the call of 16 with the pocket queens, with the queen clubs working, 3-4 low as well. Kevin looking down at pocket aces, deuce, 7-9, so ace deuce, but unfortunately only one ace is suited with a 9, so he has the hearts working, and he's going to 3-bet this one here, so good on him to apply maximum pressure. So we have kings versus queens versus aces. All three players have suits except Lane actually has the hearts and Kevin has the nut hearts. So Lane doesn't want to see any hearts here on this flop. And he does not. 8, 9, 9, but that is going to give a 3 of a kind there for Kevin. No one else holding a 9 right now. Not much in the low department for Paul or Lane. Nothing for Lane, and Paul probably can't like his 4-3 low draw. But Paul does have a gut shot straight flush with the jack of clubs. Lane here with still a pocket kings. Can't really think that his kings are going to be good here. In this game, you need a lot more than just an overpair. He does go ahead and lay that down. Does Paul want to gamble with his flush on a paired board? Kind of hard to do. You see the hesitation, but he is going to make the call here. And he does have runner low draw, but Kevin, unfortunately, with the ace deuce, so it's going to be tough for him. There is an ace that's going to seal the high for Kevin, and a 6 does give Paul the low. That's going to counterfeit Kevin's low. So Paul, very, very luckily getting half of that pot back. Very, very luckily getting half that pot back. Tough for Kevin to counterfeit one of his own lows when he's got 2 of them in his hands. So that's a tough break there for Kevin. Tough turn and river. That was a mile ahead in that hand ahead of Paul, but we all know Kevin doesn't mind, and he'll smile and move on to the next hand.
I had a hand raised. I couldn't just land.
He don't raise.
Again, if you are watching or listening anywhere around the Burleson area, Poker House, Fort Worth area, you've got a little under an hour to come get in on this $1,000 guaranteed Congress tournament. It's only a $65 buy-in. Only a $65 buy-in to get in on this tournament. $1,000 guaranteed. Maybe find yourself here on this featured table. If you make it down deep into the tournament enough, you'll definitely find yourself here, as we're going to be streaming you all the way down to the winner here on this Tuesday night stream. Chu going to make the call with the ace, queen, jack 10, suited ace working. Lane makes the call, full house in his hand. Be a nice hand for Dramaha. Paul coming along. think I saw pocket queens with a naked ace of diamonds there. I have to look again. Yeah, it was the ace of hearts. Kevin flopping the flush here, but it's only 9 high. But it does turn him an open-ended straight flush draw. He's going to fire out, see if anybody else has any diamonds. DJ with none's going to let his hand go. Chew, all black cards looking down. Probably won't call with the Broadway. Does let his go. Lane and Paul's going to make the call. Just because he's Paul. And the king on at the river doesn't help. Yeah, he was looking for some boat outs. Yeah, dealer John there seeing the flush for Kevin. Gets a little bit of that money back from Paul that he got out of the fortunate run out for Paul, unfortunate for Kevin. Hear the players talking about the top of the hour flip. We call it the horse race at the top of the hour. Every cash game that's going on at Poker House Fort Worth, because we got a couple outer tables right now of cash play. Every hour at the top of the hour, players run a flip, or as we call it, a horse race. You get 2 cards face up, and you just run out a full board. No betting, no checking, no all-ins, no nothing. Just 2 cards face up, run it out, see what happens. And if any player makes a full house or better, they win the progressive jackpot that we have going on here at Poker House Fort Worth. It's $250 a day. And if nobody gets a full house throughout the day or better, it rolls over to the next day and is worth $500 and so on and so forth. So it's just a literal free and easy way to get some additional winnings just for playing poker here at Poker House Fort Worth. Again, all of our cash tables doing top of the hour horse races, top of the hour flips for that progressive jackpot amount. DJ looks like he has the straight on the river. That's going to be the nuts as well. No, he doesn't have a 6. I'm sorry. He's got aces and 8s. Paul has nothing. Chew just has a deuce 4 low here, wheel. Yeah, it's a good hand. Unfortunately, no takers, but I don't think you're going to get called by anything there less than a 6-7 or a chopping low wheel. Lane here going to limp in with the ace, king, Trey working clubs, ace high. Paul coming along with 9-8-7 at 3 deuce, looking for an ace on a flop for a low draw. Kevin, not much going there, does fold. DJ, pocket aces, pocket 10s. And unfortunately, both aces are. No, he's got the ace of spades working for him with the 10 of spades. Chew coming along, king, queen, 9-7. Robert's going to raise this one up with the ace, queen suited, jack 6-3. Ace tray low draw with the suited ace queen of diamonds. course, Lane, Paul, and DJ all come along. We're going to go 4 ways to a flop. Dealer Kahuna in the box. Queen, Queen 7. So Robert flopping the trip queens. No one else having a queen in their hand. Lane's going to make the call, though. Not much for Paul. Lets that one go. DJ has pocket aces, pocket tens, and a jack. So he's got a lot of good turn cards that could come, but it is a paired board, so he has to be careful of the boat. But he's going to make the call anyway. It's only 1,000. We'll see what happens on this turn. Deuce of clubs, no help, but that does improve Robert to the nut low draw along with his trip queen. So Robert miles ahead here in this hand to a 4 river. So that is going to seal that for Robert as he makes the ace tray low with the trip queens. Lane's going to lick him up. He's got, what does Lane have here? Okay, so Lane has that same ace tray low, so he's going to get a quarter here, and Robert going to take the high and the low. That's part of the tough part here of Congress is you want to avoid those quarters. Your opponent not only can have the best hand, but can also have that same ace tray just as he does there. So you'll see Kahuna here going to chop this one up here one time, give it over to Robert, and then he'll chop the pot again as they both shared the ace tray low. So good pickup there for Robert. Disastrous river card there for Lane. Made his hand look just good enough to call.
It's a RFID.
Are you talking to master control?
I'm talking to him.
Master cylinder?
Could be 3 and 6.
The major tone.
Hand number 16 of this $65 Congress tournament. That's right, only a $65 buy-in gives you 20,000 in chips plus a $10 instant bonus of 10,000 in chips. So for 75, you can get a starting stack of 30,000 in chips. Plenty of chips to play. 5-card Omaha High-Low, aka Congress. Pretty cheap way to enjoy playing 5 cards. We have quite a few Congress games this month here at Poker House Fort Worth in our cash games, as we have free Congress for the month of August. No access fees for Congress tables. So we've had some people come in and play Congress cash games, taking advantage of that. But you won't be able to do much in those games for only $65. But for this one, you can get a full experience of a 5-card high-low game. DJ going to be betting the pot here on this Jack 6-4 board, as he has the open-ended straight draw with an ace tray for the low draw. Chew not wanting to chase a low there, goes ahead and lets his go. Robert here, top pair jacks, 2 pair, Jack 6, and let that go. Lane, he's got pocket queens, so the queen high flush draw as well. 3 on the turn. I believe that does. No, that's actually going to hit AJ there. It's not going to make his straight just yet, but he's going to continue to put the pressure on to Lane. And Lane just doesn't have quite enough to continue on here. So he does let it go. So a good betting there by DJ to get Lane off of whatever draw Lane might have thought he had there. But to be fair, he was still ahead. AJ
Big card.
heavy betting there takes down that pot. Six-handed here at this feature table. Again, if you're watching or listening from anywhere around the Poker House of Fort Worth, Burleson area, you've got a little over 30 minutes left to get into this tournament.
Five full, six full. Seven calls. Two calls, three checks.
Chew going to call the 600 with his deuce tray 779. Lane coming along as well, and Paul comes along and sees a 5 king 4 flop, 2 spades. Paul nut flush draw. Chew, who has a open-ended straight draw with his deuce tray. Gut shot 6 for the other end, full wrap as they call it. All three players coming along for 1,000 more. There's the nut spades there for Paul. So he's going to have a pretty good hammerlock on this high. 5 of spades on the river does pair the board. No one with the 5 in their hand, though. So Paul here. Paul, you're going to have the high. Does not have a low, though. So Lane's 7 deuce is going to play. Yeah, as he pulls it out there and shows. It's going to chop that up there with Chew with his 7 deuce.
It's a seven deuce split. Seven deuce split. Seven deuce split.
So Paul here going to take half this pot with his ace high flush draw. And Chew and Lane both going to take their half of the half for the 7 deuce low.
That guy stuck out where I was rolling.
Did all get stuck up there? Almost as
Oh man,
straight.
I lost money there. I was pulling a pot like I just thought he was gonna fit.
I looked at this second, about stuck up there in the rafters.
Doing it again because I thought he was gonna bet. I was gonna pot. As soon as I was like, man, yeah. I'll wait for you to bet. Right on that turn. Oh, it was scared there.
Maybe I bet that.
On the river, scared would have
You
scared.
either
Yeah,
go.
river would have scared.
When I don't see it.
DJ another going to call here with the deuce tray 5, 7, 8. Lots of low straight cards. Chew pocket aces, suited pocket aces. He's got the 8, the hearts, and the diamonds working. Robert calling 600. Lane calling 600. Paul calling at 600. Kevin going to check his option. So we're going to see all 6 to a flop here. 6 king 9 rainbow. Paul here with a king. 5 of spades on the turn does bring the spade draw. No one, Lane having the jack high spades. Yeah, this one's still going to check around here. More than likely, no, Lane's going to go ahead and make a pot size bet here at 3,600. He's got the straight 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He's got the nut straight with a jack high redraw flush. Paul makes the call with his 2 pair. deuce 4 low draw. Kevin comes along as well with his set of sixes. I didn't see that, so Kevin looking for a board pair on this river to take the lead on this hand. DJ going to make the call here with the same 7-8 straight that Lane has. So dangerous territory for him. Robert going to come along as well. He has 3, 4, 5, 6. He's got the spade draw as well here. It's a baby spade draw. Ten of hearts on the river. No low gets home. No one holding queen and jack, so that 7-8 is going to be the nuts there. DJ going to be the one to put pressure on these guys here with the 7-8. Unfortunately, the only person that's really going to be able to call him here is the guy who's going to chop this pot with. Robert missing a lot of his outs. Of course, Lane coming along with his nut straight, and Kevin folds, so. But
I missed the jack queen.
Show your hand anyway.
You thought he had it.
Well, he said he had none.
True that.
That's what I mean, if he's gonna say
you
he does,
believe
I
it,
don't think he does. Right. And no, no, no.
Queen jack of
I had a set with
I didn't see queen jack either.
Wish I did have queen jack and y'all did that.
I needed a red ace on the river.
how you do something, somebody missed it.
I just wanted the first word.
Sorry, DJ.
No, that's okay. I wouldn't.
You didn't mean to.
You didn't mean to do it, but I should have turned my hand over anyway. But when you said the nut, I mean we're all.
Yeah, I got you.
I won't do it. Just turn my hand over.
Yeah, they can.
But I've done the same thing. Robert said I got the nuts. I know jack queen. I mean I would. I know.
Chew under the gun here, calling at 600 with his ace, queen, 10 suited ace tray, low player. Robert calling. Lane coming along with queen, jack, 10, 8, 5. Paul, ace, king with a deuce, king, deuce, working hearts. Kevin, pocket deuces, 7, 6, 4. DJ checking his option with a pretty ugly Congress hand, but he got to check and see a flop. Ace, 8, 5, 2 hearts here on this flop. That's going to give Paul the nut flush draw. Who's got 2, 3? Nobody's got 2, 3. There's a 2, 4 for Kevin. Does he want to gamble 2,000 to see here on a gut shot? Or he's open-ended as well. So Kevin, decent enough hand to call there. DJ has to let his go. Chew, ace 8, top 2 pair. Robert calling the 2 with his 4-3 low, gut shot straight as well. There's the jack of hearts. That's going to give Paul the nut flush there. So has this one locked up. Just see a pretty, going to put in a pot size bet here. And not much for Kevin there. He's probably going to have to let this one go. Doesn't want to, but he does. It's a good fold. Chew folds his 2 pair as well. Robert here It's got the 9 high hearts. There's a lot that beats 9 high hearts in Congress, though. Wondering maybe if his 4-3 is okay as well, which we see that it is because Paul's ace deuce is counterfeit there. He does go ahead and let that go, and Lane lets his go as well. So good pickup there for Paul, putting him back over a starting stack. Had that hand many different ways there, monster hand there, as he just said.
Oh, okay. Free money.
Nate's coming. What's he gonna do? You know what? You know that day I left it. Hey, you had a little while ago, that two down?
Yeah, I didn't show that nobody called. I didn't have slow.
DJ gonna sneak away this one. Yeah, 2 pair. And ace 4 low chop up there for Robert and Paul.
Yeah, I wasn't looking for no down.
Show this thing down.
I wanted your 8 on the turn.
Two pair, one half.
Who got 2 pair? Oh, Jackson.
We had the same hand.
Did we really?
Yeah. I didn't have time to. King Jack 8-5-6.
Yep.
Yeah.
300.
You
No,
got
300, Robert.
King Jack 9. King Jack 9.
So Shelby just gave us kind of a quasi answer to that.
Lane, the current chip leader, 54,000 in chips. Players here still have almost 30 minutes left to get into this $65 Congress tournament. Blinds are 4 and 800. Everyone but everyone but DJ limping in here for 800. 5 ways to a flop. Jack 6-3 Rainbow. Not much for anybody here. Paul, top pair of jacks. Board is still a rainbow. 8 on the turn. 10-9 open-ended for Paul at least. 5 on the river, no help. Well, maybe somebody's got a 7-9, but Lane has all the sevens. Chew gonna bet this one out. Deuce 4 low. That's about it. Paul gonna make the call here with his Jack 5-2 pair. Kevin has the ace 4 low, decides to make the call. So Chew wins this one here with the. He has the deuce 4 straight. Okay, I see it there. He has a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for the straight, and Kevin with the ace 4 low. Chop this one up between Kevin and Chew.
Long time no see. This is your game over here. Hey, we don't need no phone. You gonna be playing poker.
Kevin looking down at ace 10, 6, 5, 3, ace 3 low, 6, 5, 3, 5 ace of hearts rather playing here. DJ limping in as well with the deuce tray. Chew pocket queens, not much else. Robert pocket kings with queen jack 9. I think I saw pocket aces there. And the other hand before it went away there. Yeah, Lane with pocket aces, jack, diamonds working. DJ gonna pot it here on this jack 4-5 board with his deuce tray or 3, deuce tray open-ended. He's got a pair of trays in his hand, taking away some of the blockers here. Chew with the 6-7, good hand here on this rainbow board, but he's not gonna call with the 6-7 open-ended. No low draw, I guess, to back it up there. Robert's letting his go. Lane, who likes his pocket aces from last time, likes these as well. Going to come along, but he does have top 2 pair, jack 5, so easy call for him there, I suppose. Paul coming along as well with the same effective hand as DJ. There's the 6 to make the 2 3s happy. Paul and DJ both now with the 6 high straight draw. Lane picking up a gut shot of his own, but he checks his action. Paul's going to pot this one here. Yeah, it's kind of a scary card here for DJ. You know, Paul, we see that he has the same deuce tray. He does have a 7. I'm sorry, so Paul's got the 7 high straight. So Paul here commanding position in this one here. Kevin coming along as well with 2 pair. Yeah, puts in the last of his stack. DJ is going to go all in as well. So yeah, Paul here is sitting in the catbird seat with the 3-7 straight. But Kevin's got the low pretty much wrapped up since there's no more threes that can come out to counterfeit his ace tray low. And so Kevin just looking to dodge an ace, or he's going to get half of all this pot.
17.
And DJ, I don't think there's a way DJ can win here. I guess chop it with a 7. Board pairing Jack.
Oh, damn it. I had Jack 5.
So Kevin here. Yeah, we got some side pot action, so there's quite a bit of stuff here to sort out. But it looks like Kevin's going to get half of the main for his ace tray low.
No. 7-3. 7-3.
He's talking about the low.
Oh, high.
We're talking about the low.
Sorry. Let me look again.
Well, he had a
He's got a 7-3.
Yeah, they're gonna
Yeah.
they're gonna quarter that side pot there. Kahuna knows what he's doing here. Let Kahuna get this one sorted out here just for a moment.
I was ready to rebuy. I thought he potted it with the ace deuce. I thought that was great.
Yeah, the wrong one. I still got some of the low coming down.
So Paul gonna 3/4 the side pot with DJ, and then Kevin's gonna get half of the main for his ace tray low, and Paul the other half with his 3-7 straight. So big pickup there for Paul, getting the lion's share of that pot all the way around.
Is this your first day? Make sure you give me the little bit.
He doesn't need it.
You had deuce tray and I had deuce tray.
We
got
all the deuces.
I know.
Look at that, Robert. If I hit that 5 or
That's the
6,
way I thought the same thing. with the deuce
if
tray.
I hit 5 or 6 on that river, that's a scoop. I thought it was dead.
It wasn't that deuce on the hook, but I didn't have a 4 or 5. I can rebuild one. Dribble up one now. Dribble up one now. Let's go.
Back in action, hand number 23 of the $65 buy-in Congress tournament here on Tuesday nights at Poker House Fort Worth. Thank you to everyone that is tuning in on Facebook and YouTube, allowing us to bring this Congress content into your home.
Alright, last round this in 500, 1,000.
As you hear Sama in the background there saying the blinds are up next hand. Of course, we are 15-minute delay here on the stream.
43. I mean, 44.
Greedy bastard.
Actually, it's more. Tell Messi to throw it. He's a greedy bastard. Hold on. Let me go back.
Well, I know that's there. I'm just doing it.
36.
36, okay.
Look at his shoe clock. What's it called?
4,000.
So the 3 times that 24.
So, let it go.
Or that. They keep scoring. Keep scoring.
24. Okay, we're good.
30.
Can I?
DJ Pocket Aces with the ace of diamonds working with the deuce of diamonds.
Put my cards face up.
Please don't.
Right now?
No.
Just on the table.
Pretty big pot here. Players trying to spin it up or re-enter before the end of registration at the end of this level.
Okay. What do you got? 4 cards.
9-5 deuce. Paul flopping top set of nines. Looks like DJ has snapped, put in the last of his chips. Like I said, looking for a spot to just get it in so he can re-enter the tournament. Chew with the other pocket aces. So these guys aren't going to get to improve with their pocket aces. Chew lets his hand go.
I got 4 good aces.
You had pocket aces too?
That's why I don't want to fuck.
DJ here needing a lot of help on this turn card. 6 on the turn. 6 for deuce maybe? No. Set of nines going to take this one down here. Actually 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 for the straight there. Yeah. So DJ going to re-fire $65 for 20,000 more in chips, and then the $10 insta bonus giving him 38,000 in chips.
This guy right here, he'll say, scoop, scoop.
I say that even when I know him. I thought that was mine. Even with your 8, you were playing to the 8. I was playing to the 7. That's why I was like, yeah. I had a 7. He was playing to the 8. Yeah.
You're probably right.
I had 7-7-5, and now it's 7-7-5. He was playing to the 8. Hey, Seema. This guy asked you a question. I don't want to take the hand. I just want to ask you a question so I know for myself. You were playing to
Ace, deuce, you had 81.
yeah, 81. You're playing to the 8. I had a 75.
That's why I said it was good.
It was.
I listened to my voice.
I know she know. I tell you.
Do we revive? You want to see?
It's already over. I just wanted to make sure I was right.
know it's right. I know it's right. It's good. He was right.
I didn't say anything.
I know you get full. Hold on, shoot call. You get full.
Robert going to call with the 9-7-6-5 deuce. Chew coming along with the ace-10, 6 pocket fours. Lots of diamonds is in his hand, unfortunately, blocking his ace-high diamond flush. Paul calling 1,000. And Kevin going to check his option. Does have the ace deuce with the ace 6 of hearts.
You know when I was asking questions earlier, Paul, that's why.
5-8-5 on this flop, Robert. Trip fives. Paul has a 5 in his hand as well. Neither one of them quite filled up just yet.
Will you have 5 cards? Will you have 5 cards?
6 on the turn. No player excited just yet. Ooh, bad river card for the ace deuce of Kevin. So Paul's going to win this one with trip fives on the high. Kevin does have a deuce 6 player.
Five deuce.
I want to see. Yeah, that ace really counterfeited Chew mainly. It definitely hurt Kevin, but Kevin still held on with his deuce 6 player.
Just flip them over. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, Dave was 7 minutes in that. Did you get one of those $900?
No.
Looked pretty good.
They shakes off.
But that would have been him being crucial, right? Pocket aces, ace deuce don't suit. That's what I reason. The pocket aces, ace deuce of hearts, ace 10, double diamond, double suited. Okay, that's what I thought. That's my reason.
Like I didn't change anything.
Chew going to limp in with his middling straight cards.
Right, so 2,000.
Robert raising this one up with his ace tray low, ace of clubs working with his 7 of clubs. Lane calling 2,000, trip kings, another good drama hand for him. Paul calling 2,000, deuce tray low draw. DJ ace deuce with the ace 8 of diamonds, 8-9 jack to go with it. Good hand for DJ here. Lots of opportunities with that one. Ace or 8-10-3 2 hearts. DJ going to be opening with his 9 jack. Lane here with the second nut flush draw. 6 there. It's going to be the nut low for DJ. Still has that gut shot. He can hit a 7 or a queen for his straight. Chew taking a good hard look at his hand, and I hope he does. He's got a lot of straight opportunities out there, but none of them to the nuts. So good fold, sir. Robert, who had a good looking hand, just didn't catch a club there on the turn to keep a hold of his. He does pick up a double gutter straight draw. Does go ahead and lay that down. Lane here, pocket kings is still best for him. It does let the second nut flush go, so that's good fold there by Lane as well, not calling with the king high flush draw. Paul just doesn't have a whole lot to work with here either. He's got the jack high hearts, but that's not going to be good enough a lot of the time. So DJ, a more aggressive betting out of him. Really the only player at the table that's gotten people to fold with betting. Everything else has pretty much gone down to showdown.
He's in 30,000. How many chips? What's his name? Santiago.
So we've got a new player joining the table.
I'm gonna bring those to you. About to fall over.
Well, she does like that. She's going like this.
So this is
Don't you hit this shit. Don't you do it. It's fucking head trick. Get ready. I'm gonna grab a headset off of mine. Go over there. Don't do it.
Oh shit.
You get to keep your headset.
4,000.
Ten, 8, 5 on this flop. 4 players calling 4,000. DJ open-ended. Queen on the turn does make DJ's hand, but Lane picks up the nut flush draw. Chew going to go ahead and put in the last of his chips with the ace tray low draw. Can also catch a jack for the Broadway. Lane coming along with his diamond draw, and Paul open-ended with his 6-7, but he's got to know that that makes a lot of straights of the other direction if he hits some of his outs as well. So good fold there by Paul, recognizing that his hand getting stronger makes a lot of other hands much stronger as well. So Chew going to be all in the one at risk here. Chew looking for a jack or a deuce 4, 6, 7 to make half the pot for the low. Lane looking for any diamond and a Trey could chop the low for him. And DJ just needing nothing else to happen. DJ in the lead here currently with the Jack 9 straight. And there's the jack that's going to give Chew the Broadway with the ace king river. DJ's is DJ going to have, does DJ get any of this back? So DJ's going to get the side pot action there. and I believe
Yeah, dude, that's probably
yeah, I'm sorry, no low. I don't need to be looking at the low here. That's going to be a full-on scoop there for Chew. So DJ picked up the side pot between him and Lane. That's what it was. And Chew getting really healthy here on this last hand before break. And the players are now on their end of registration break. This $1,000 guaranteed Congress tournament. Some players coming in. There's a $100 add-on for 100,000 in chips. So these players are going to have plenty of chips to play with coming back from break. And I am going to take a quick break, and we will be bringing you all the way to the winner here on this $1,000 guaranteed Congress tournament. Every Tuesday night here at Poker House Fort Worth, except for next Tuesday, because next Tuesday is the Flight A of our $50,000 guaranteed Summer Jam 2 tournament, which is also just a $65 entry. So we'll talk more about that here after the break. Thanks everyone for tuning in to Poker House Fort Worth live here on YouTube and Facebook. And hang in there, and we will be right back and bringing you the winner. We're going to play down to a winner of this $1,000 guaranteed Congress tournament here on this Tuesday night. Again, stay tuned. We'll be right back.
uneven chips ball. You probably don't. No, that's fine. There's only 3 of y'all.
We all just have been moving around. I'm right back where I started.
I know.
So I was figuring out pi in my head. I was like, it's like,
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'll talk to him in a minute. Because I'll tell him this person pi points in.
well, you just say 7 pi.
Ringo does like a few of these fucking,
Because when you plotted it, it took me a minute. You know?
yeah. When he does a couple of these fucking Congress live streams, motherfucker's gonna be good.
Because I already knew that he has it over there. I mean, me and him talked about it last time.
Because I can calculate it, but I can't talk to him and calculate it. Too much stuff going on in my head.
Fucking outflow. Airborne, the 3 of diamond diamonds. Nobody else had diamonds.
No. I think I did like 3 or 4 hands on that day.
I have like 15 out.
Hey, Paul, you know what he's saying, right?
I'm saying it on there.
I already know that. I talked to him last time about it. We figured
I'm sitting there trying to figure out. Just tell us. I didn't even know that.
it's not hard. It's just that we gotta go like it's true pop. Now it's true pop. You know, we can't write it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let me see what it told you that last time.
He's outside smoking. By my box. That box, the black box. That one, yeah, just leave it next to it, please.
So you're not doing nano?
No.
Okay, sounds good. That's a fair answer.
I like it.
50,000. At least I'm honest.
Yeah. That's accurate. Yeah, you know this fucking. You know that.
Yeah.
Like if you sit there, I can turn around to that. 67,000.
Yeah, I'm I would rather go for cash. Yeah, no. Last night I had like 1,000. And within probably 30 minutes.
Yes, sir. Hey, where is that?
You'll have more throw it on the table. Y'all want me to live stream? Yeah.
I don't think they'll like that, so.
I told Reese, get your chicken to the table and we made some choke on the headphone. So she's like, hey, by the way, Reese, this is for you. Hey, Lord.
17. Lost a lot last time.
You know, we've got not big on number 18.
Yeah, it's not
We've
bad.
got enough to.
Yeah. Play good. I didn't even see the queen jack earlier. I felt bad. Me and DJ Chalk. Yes.
You better go get your tobacco product.
Hey, I'm about to say C9. 132. Yeah, C9.
30 on C1.
30?
30.
C1 30,000.
C2. 17.
17,000.
137. And what kind of thing?
What's it yours? 17.
Wow.
148. C3 has 148. Get there. 130.
130.
Nathan is in the force with 130.
Wait, how much you gonna get?
137.
137.
5 is 137.5. 137.5.
129.
And then C6 is 129.5.
I'm down 500 for my starting stack.
What are you at?
148.
He said he had. I said he had 132.
Might just donk it off and go play cash. I don't like the P word.
More of a cat player.
Might as well stay over there.
And we are back here live after the player break.
I could have done the same thing. I didn't want to start with chips. I would call them chips.
Looking at the updated chip stacks here after the add-ons.
129.5. I was down to what, 3,200.
You almost.
Shuffle them bitches.
Alright guys, we're gonna be coming back at 1,000, 2,000. Go ahead and shuffle up the deal.
If he knocks me out, he walks on. You walk off tonight. You said if you knock him out, I hope you got some good credit on those Snickers.
Yeah, we got 2 alternates, 3 alternates. 2 alternates.
There's your change, Chris.
Underneath that.
Hey, don't you be sneaking up on him.
Coming back from a player break here. Got 4 players in this hand here. Not much betting going on. Chu looks like he's going to have 2 pair, a queen, jack for the high. Oh, full house. Or I'm not real sure what happened there. Well, card reader on that one there. Trust the dealer. Looks like they chopped the pot there. Nathan and Santiago joining the table. So we are 8-handed. side pot action here as Lane is all in. Lane looking for a king. Paul here with a set of nines. DJ's all in with his nut flush draw, nut load. Well, there's no nut load draw. He's got the nut flush draw here, but putting max pressure on Paul. Could be a tough call for Paul because the straight is obviously out there somewhere. 5 cards. King, queen definitely in play. He's looking for a board pair. Yeah, he's going to get Paul off this. And it's probably going to save Lane. Santiago is all in as well. He's got the 8, 9, 10, jack, queen straight. Trying to see if there's a way Lane can pick this one up here. I guess he can hit an 8 or a king. Lane can hit an 8. Yeah, Paul does lay the best hand down.
Put a king out there, dealer.
I knew I had him beat. Thank God. Trust me, I knew I had you. Thank God. I ain't got shit. I know you do. I know you on the draw. Everybody in the world knows.
I'm ahead.
Yeah, bro. Everybody in the world knows you on the
8 there is going to give Santiago the queen high straight and Lane the queen high straight. So Lane and Santiago staying alive. DJ's pressure pushing Paul off that side pot, picking up a side pot there.
And I had an emergency AC low. I'm like running out of low.
I was just like, I didn't understand this move.
Put the 8 out there and then just.
Miracle card there for Lane. Hit it a king or an 8.
I would have had it to the queen too. As I said, I had a straight draw, I had queen, I had pocket nines with a queen and everything. So I would have hit it too.
Well, that's why I made that move. That's all I could do to get you out of the pot. Because if I check, you're not checking the river.
Two people all in, why would you got a weak straight, the bigger straight would be king, queen. I didn't put you on none of that. I literally put you on the draw.
Paul there lamenting his fold, but it was the right fold. He had a set of 9s. All the straights were already there. He would have been calling a lot of his chips for just a board pair. So it's a good fold by Paul. Paul coming along for 2,000. Nathan Limson as well. Kevin coming in. Chu Robert only 1,000 more. Santiago makes the call. So we're going to see 6 ways to a flop here. Dealer Kevin in the box. King 4-8, all hearts here on this board. 2 low cards, so the low draw is active. Chu has the second nut flush with his queen 5 of hearts. Going to bet this one out. Also has 2 pair to go with his hand. So pretty strong here for Chu, betting 5,000. Robert's going to call the 5,000 with the ace tray low draw. Let's see. Lane's going to call the 5,000. 2 pair. King 8. Ace of hearts. Great turn card there for Chu, knowing that he has the nuts for the flush. The low does come along, so Nathan having the nut low with the deuce tray. So right now it's all Chu and Nathan. Robert frustratingly lets his hand go. Lane here could call to try to get king or an 8 here on the river to take away, getting the boat here, knowing that both players are playing flushes and lows, but he goes ahead and lets that one go. So Nathan here and Chew. So Chew needed a miracle deuce here on the river to get 3/4 of this pot, I believe. No, because he'll still play the 3/4. So yeah, this one's going to go chop chop. Nathan's going to bet it out. Snap called there by Chew. A nut flush versus nut low. But it's still a good pot, a good pickup for these two players here.
Looks like Will Ferrell.
Lane going to raise this one up to 7,000 with his ace, deuce, tray, 4 suited diamonds on his ace. Looks like Kevin had pocket aces with a suited ace there. He does. The clubs, suited aces, clubs working. Lane all in for 24,000. Kevin here going to count out the chips and make the call with his nut flush draw. Chew with the king high flush, pretty tempting call here with the 6-5 to go with for his open ended as well. He does go and make that call, so that's going to be a pretty good pot here, over 114,000 in the pot. Lane here looking for a low, who is all in. Kevin looking for a club. Deuce on the turn does give Kevin the nut low. Jack of clubs on the river pairs the board, but no one has a jack, so you're going to see this one split up between Kevin and Lane. Big pots there. Lane with the ace tray low, and Kevin making his ace high club flush. Kevin now the current chip leader with 157,000 in chips. He is your defending champion of this tournament from last week. On an ICM chop, took the Lions' share, having the chip lead.
I'm like, I used to yell I'm like, damn.
Apparently Lane's got a surcharge down there.
Tax.
Big tax.
Just 80%.
Shit ain't free for it. Nothing in this world is free.
Not even water.
Not even water. Still gotta pay for the cup.
I know.
Two, 4, 3. Let these graphics update here so I can see exactly what we're looking at here, as lots of people saw the flop. Anybody holding 5, 6? Checks around on the flop, so maybe no 5, 6s out there. 10 of spades brings in the spade draw. Now, Nathan did have 5, 6, so he's going to bet this out 10,000. Kevin picking up the nut flush draw is going to come along as well. Top pair of jacks. Ignore the deuce, deuce, jack 10 on the graphics there. It's 2, 3, 4. Board pairing deuce on the river. Nobody holding a deuce in their hand, so Nathan here going to have the high hand with the 5, 6, and he's playing a 6-player low. Now he's playing the 5, 6 low, so Kevin's going to win the low with the ace 6 here. Yeah, that's going to be ace 6, 5, 6. Yeah, as dealer Kevin figures this out as well. So Kevin and Nathan going to chop this one up, increasing Kevin's chip lead here.
Enough money. All you gotta do is call. You know I'll never have anything. Ever. Except that one time. That one time.
Yep. That one time gets you every time.
Hand number 32. Looks like we had a prize pool of $1,350. First place getting almost $1,000. $945 for first and $405 for second. So pretty good first place payday here for this Tuesday Congress tournament. Especially for a $65 buy-in event. Players pretty deep. Lots of players calling the 6,000 bet. Blinds of 1,500 to 3,000. Queen, deuce, 8 on this flop here. I think Paul is sitting here with the best low draw ace 4. Santiago with pocket aces. Nathan flopping top set of queens, betting out 10,000 here. and it may work pretty well. There's not a whole lot else in the field. Santiago might come along to peel one. Yeah, he does with his pocket aces. Lane coming along as well with the pair and the gut shot. Paul calling as well with his ace four. King on the turn doesn't change a whole lot, but it does give Paul two pair. Nathan lets his pocket aces go. Lane, who picks up, doesn't pick out additional outs here. He's still got the open ended. No, he's just got a gut shot. That's it. Six of spades on the river. It's going to hold Nathan at best. He's going to bet pretty healthily out on this one here. Lane lets his hand go. Paul goes all in. What does Paul have here? The ace four low. Yeah, he was going to get half that pot with that ace four, taking a gamble there that no one had ace tray. Pot was worth it. Didn't have a whole lot left. Needed to try to grab half that pot back. Yeah, they're sitting there saying the same thing that I just said. He said, I'm already mostly in it. And that's going to give Nathan the chip lead over Kevin. 185,000 in chips. Lane needing to find a hand to get it all in on. These blinds are 1,503,000. He only has 8,000 in chips. Santiago, the second shortest stack, at 52,000. Players are pretty deep here, but we like to give plenty of chips in this Congress tournament. We want to make it a good tournament, not really bingo. Want players to have enough ammunition to pick and choose their hands and play strategically here. Chew under the gun, going to call 3,000 with the ace, ace jack, the ace tray of diamonds, low players. Lane coming along, got a little bit behind of stack there. And we'll see if his chip counter is off, or if he really does only just have the 8,000 behind. Kevin and DJ and Nathan all coming along for the 3,000 as well. So we're going to go 6 ways to this flop. 9, 4, jack, 2 diamonds on this board here. Some quick checks going around. Chew with the nut flush draw does check it over to Lane, who is all in for his last 5,000 with the king high diamond draw, which is not going to be any good, as Chew is here with the nut flush diamonds. Nathan, seen enough possible good turn cards, calls the 5. Kevin gets out of the way. DJ is going to come along as well. So 5 ways left with Lane all in. 6 of hearts on the turn. Does that give anybody any straight cards here? Chew, it does give him the... let me check the graphics on that board again. I'm not real sure. Yes, no straight. Deuce on the river. That's going to give Chew the nut low, but he misses his flush draw. DJ has ace tray as well. So him and Chew both with the nut low. Chew... DJ having a pair of 6s at least. Lane, he's the one that's all in. He has a pair of 6s, but has a king kicker. So unless Paul or Nathan decide to color, which I don't think they can. Paul does have 2 pair. Does lay it down. Oh, he didn't have 2 pair. He had pocket 10s. Yeah, so... Chew here. Chew has the jack. Okay, so Chew here is going to quarter this. He's going to get 3/4 of this pot here. DJ's going to get a quarter of it. Chew 2/4 with his 3/4 with his jack and ace tray low. And I think that's going to be it for Lane.
Thank you.
So it's going to give Chew a healthy chip stack here.
I go nowhere. And not blood roll.
As we see Philip here joining the feature table. Dealer John making his way into the box. Players have lots of blinds right now. There's plenty of poker to be played. That's the good thing about this tournament. It's only a $65 buy-in, but we give plenty of chips in order for players to play the game properly. Robert looking down at ace, deuce, queen 9-7, naked ace of spades there unfortunately for him. Santiago, queen jack 10, pocket sixes makes the call. Philip looking down at his first hand decides to see a cheap flop. Paul, king jack 9-8-8. Nathan folds. Kevin's going to make the call. Ace deuce with the ace queen is being of clubs, club players. And Chu looking down at ace deuce as well. Ace king of hearts working for him. So we see a flop of a 7 tray ace, 2 spades, deuce 4 in Chu's hand now being the nut low that he has with the ace king. He's going to bet out 8,000 on this. Robert's going to let his ace deuce go. Philip's going to call the 8,000. He's got a queen high spade draw to take away the high here. So we might just have 2 players here going to this turn. We'll take a look here on these graphics. King of spades does bring home the flush for Philip, and the king out there makes it a little bit better, but the ace of spades still unaccounted for, still pretty scary. Chu with the pretty, still with the low, the second best low here. Jack of hearts on the river. We're going to be chopping this one up as long as no one folds. Chu has the nut low. And Philip got to call 82,000 all in to play his queen high spades. The ace of spades could definitely be in play. This is a very difficult call, but he's got a lot invested, so he does go ahead and make the call, and he's going to see the good news that Chu does not have the ace of spades. And Philip going to get a few extra chips out of that pot as this one is chopped up between the players.
No, you done it up on the.
I felt a little better when the king came. I had a emergency though. I didn't have much of them, but I did have.
Philip here going to be under the gun. Actually, not under the gun. The graphics play catch up here. DJ going to pot this one up. Ace, king, king, deuce. Ace, king, diamonds working for him. It's the first pre-flop pot bet we've seen, I think, tonight. Robert looking down at 8733 deuce into the muck. Santiago going to move his last 49,000 all in here. Paul, Jack 9, 5-4 deuce. Got some low players here. Suited Jack 9, but I don't think there's any way he can call this here for half his stack. Either want to get some airtime or wanting to get into the cash game, Paul. Which is it? Okay, he's just going to fold that like he should. Nathan here, ace queen suited 5-5-4. Again, pretty, but not that pretty for a quarter of his stack. Goes ahead and lets that go as well. So DJ and Santiago here are going to be all in. DJ in a really dominating position here. Santiago looking for spades mainly. Ace 6 tray. DJ still in the lead. Board pairing 6 on the turn, no help. 7 on the river. That's going to give DJ a 2 pair aces, kings and sixes, and Santiago not going to aces and sixes with a king. Santiago's got aces and sixes with a queen, and no low there for Santiago. So that'll be it for him. Well played, sir.
Yes, nut. I'm just sitting there like, oh Lord. Yeah. I was nervous about the first 2 chips. He was sitting there behind me thinking hard too. If I call, he's really like, well, he would have got bored.
Was that we
Oh, so bad.
you become a chip?
And now we are down to the final 8 players. Two of these players going to be taking home some money tonight. $945 for first place and $405 for second. Lines are 2,000, 4,000. Still plenty of chips in play for these players. Lots of room to play. Sigma to the table in seat 1. Going to be in the big blind. Paul going to be first act. Makes the call with king, queen, queen, 10-8. Nathan pocket kings with a king tray of diamonds, 6-3 low player. Kevin lets his hand go. DJ is going to come along. Pocket jacks, 4-5-8 of spades. Chew pocket aces with one of the aces suited. Ace tray low player, good hand. Jack 9-7, 2 spades out on this flop. DJ has the only spades in play. Unfortunately, they're only 8 high. Paul's going to bet this one out, though. His queen, king, 10, pocket queens, queen 10, open-ended. Pocket queen still best, but open-ended. Backdoor 10 high flush draw. Sigma with the middle set of 9 is going to make this call. DJ is going to make this call as well with top set. Forgot all about DJ's pocket jacks. Oof, big oof. Tough spot here for Sigma. That's going to make the queen 10 come home here for Paul. Big turn card for Paul. He's going to pot this one here. Tough spot for DJ. Yeah, DJ is going to go ahead and ship it. DJ, any spade would take it away from Paul, or any board pair. Sigma here just has middle set. Gut shot straights, but the bigger straight's already there. Does go ahead and lay that down. So Paul here with the queen 10 straight, and DJ's got the spades to the river. Spades do not come home, so the queen 10 is going to be best. Big, big pot there for Paul. Crippling DJ. DJ gambling it up a bit there with the top set, but I think if he would have known that his spades were good, he couldn't have got it in any faster than he already did. As it stands, he's going to have a few chips left. So big pickup there for Paul to take a commanding chip lead on that this final table. Paul with the fan in the chat. Johnny's saying, nice win. Paul's sitting in a good spot. Was almost down to putting in the rest of his chips just a few hands ago. And a couple hands later, finds himself as a chip leader.
I'm going to count your chips and everybody else's. How about that? It's fine. Whatever you want. They do make mistakes.
DJ coming right back into it with his short stack with king 10, 8, deuce, deuce. Want to spin it up or go to the cash game. Lots of other players calling to the 4,000. The only person that folded was the last week's champion. Kevin, knowing what a bad hand looks like when he sees one. Some of these other players struggle with that a little bit. Ace, queen, 7, 2 spades here on this flop. Nathan with the nut flush draw. Chew, top set of aces, probably going to announce himself here. Actually, Nathan's going to be the one to bet 10,000. Just a smooth call by Chew. Nothing wrong with that, making sure that the spades don't come home. Jack of clubs on the turn. It does bring the Broadway straight. No one having it, though. So Nathan going to keep up his aggression with his nut spade draw. Chew coming along with his top set, not afraid of the Broadway. Robert, who's just been beyond card dead today. That's just been Robert's story. He's going to come along with a 3 deuce nut low draw with this many people in the hand, just trying to make something happen. Can totally understand that. Queen on the river, that's going to give Chew the check mark with his aces full of queens. And he's probably not going to get any callers here, depending on how much he bets. Looks like he bet 50,000. Robert going to have to let that one go. Paul, Nathan, who ended up not making the nut spades, gives Chew a pretty healthy pot there. Show him, Chew. Show him the pocket aces, sir. You got to show it. It's pretty. Nope, he decides not to. So Chew there, after that big healthy pot, puts him at the top of the chip stacks. Robert and DJ both looking for a spot to get an easy double or triple up here. Needing a hand to push it with. Nathan on the gun looking down at ace king, a jack 10-10, are working ace suited of diamonds. Kevin ace deuce. Unfortunately, the naked ace of clubs. DJ ace queen 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 9 makes the call. Robert going to complete. Philip in the small blind. Looking down at not much, decides to go ahead and call the rest of it, and Paul going to check his option, and we're going to go 6 ways to a flop. 8, 9, 6, 2 clubs here on this flop. And not a single person with a club flush draw. I'm sorry, Philip does have one 5 high. Not sure how well he'll play that one. Paul here flops the straight, the bottom side of it though, so I don't mind the check. Ace on the turn does bring in the low. Robert with the nut low. Paul deciding to go ahead and bet out his straight draw. Nathan here with a real pretty hand, but not much, but he still makes the call. Kevin looking at ace jack. Makes the call as well. DJ is going to put in the last of his stack on a wing and a prayer. 2 pair, ace 9. He's going to be looking for an ace or a 9 on the river. Queen won't help him. His set of queens no good. And Robert makes the call with his nut low. So Paul and Robert both with a nut low, but Paul sitting here with the best straight at the moment. Does anybody have 7-10? I don't see a 7-10 out there, so Robert having 2 7s in his hand. King on the river does bring the clubs home. Like I said, I think Philip was the one that had clubs and he already folded. I know Philip didn't fold. Philip's still in this hand, ladies and gentlemen. If the graphics are correct, if he still has cards, he's going to have the winner here with the babiest of clubs. And Robert, no, Philip did not have cards. Might have some graphical errors on this one here. Makes it even that much harder to figure out here. So I don't think Philip had the suited clubs. So Paul's straight and Robert and Paul both holding the 3 deuce. So Paul's going to get 3/4 of this one here. But Robert does get some chips back, which is good. And we're going to say goodbye to DJ, who never got much started. Played a few hands aggressively to win some pots, but just never really had the cards to win outright tonight. Had to force most of the action himself, which is a sign of a good poker player. but can only last so long in tournament play if you don't catch any cards at all. But valiant effort, good play there by DJ.
Anyone want a drink?
Ken, we're gonna take you to a strip club. We're just gonna let you just wild out.
Kevin under the gun here with the King Queen 6-3 deuce, looking for an ace on the flop. Chew ace tray with the suited 8 ace of diamonds. Robert folds, Sigma folds Philip, who definitely likes to see flops, comes along with the Queen King 10-6-3. Paul ace tray with a suited ace, unfortunately with a lot of hearts in his hand. And with Kevin holding a lot of hearts in his hand, we see half the hearts gone from the deck. King deuce deuce on this flop here. Kevin with the only deuce in the field. 6 of diamonds on the turn, so now we have a diamond draw and a spade draw. Kevin going to go ahead and start betting here as that filled him up on the turn. Chew lets the nut low go. Paul having the nut low, thinking about it, decides to fold as well. Nathan coming along with the 5-4 diamond draw. 10 on the river, no low. Nathan not going to have anything to go there, so Kevin going to scoop that $75,000 pot.
He's either not gonna call it bad, I'm gonna bet right there he's gonna ram over the top of your bid line.
Yeah, we bet on the flop, you got no.
Kevin likes to take it.
Blinds are 2,500 to 5,000 now. Starting to creep up a little bit there, as tournament play tends to do. Chew, your current chip leader with 279,000 in chips. Robert and Nathan both around the 70, 80,000 mark.
I'm always ready with you. You were like, I even wore a cup today knowing you were here. What? Well, he said it was weird, but I was like,
Sigma looking down at pocket queens. 8-6 deuce makes the call. Paul with ace king deuce deuce. Suited ace makes the call as well. A couple other limpers, and we have a flop of jack 9-7. Rainbow here. See if anybody has the 10-8. Don't see the 10-8 anywhere, but checks around. 6 of clubs on the turn, giving Robert the second nut flush draw. Another low card here could see some action. Does not happen. Avoid pairing 7. Robert has a 7 in his hand. And that should be good enough here for the high. Yep, and so Robert, a much needed pot fully going his way. Even though it wasn't much in it, there's nothing wrong with scooping a pot when you're on the shorter side.
didn't wear the shirt today. I'm not sure if it's his little fingers club. Probably. 16.46. Must have blown her 3 inches. Like John Stowe.
Robert calling the 5,000 ace tray. Sigma looking down at ace jack 10 4 deuce. Ace deuce with an ace 4 of diamonds. He's going to be the one to raise it up here to 22,500. Paul makes the call with the ace deuce with a suited ace 8. Nathan makes the call queen jack jack 7 tray. Robert, naked ace, decides to let that one go with only an ace tray low. We're going to go 3 ways to a healthy pot of 80,000 raised up here by Sigma. Ten, 10, 5 on this flop here. John missing the reader for the burn card. And Sigma going to go all in here for 70,500 with the only 10 in the field. Perfect flop for him to do this on. No going here for Paul. Paul needing running low cards. 6. That's about it. I think there's any way you can call here. Paul looking for some more airtime. Does get a little bit. Nathan's going to let his go. And Sigma with a nice pre-flop raise. And then a good flop for him. Betting the pot again to pick up that pot there with aggression. Choose still your chip leader. Nathan, now your short stack with 55,000, looking to try to find a hand here to get some chips put together. Sigma, after picking up that big pot, looks down at king at 10 5 deuce, makes the call. Philip ace deuce low with an ace 9 of hearts working. Chu, who has had the pocket aces more than anybody else tonight, I do believe. Six, 8, 7 on this flop here. Chu and Sigma both with the flush draw, but Chu has the ace high. Phillips can bet this one out for 25,000. Looking to kind of shake things up here. It's pocket nines. And Sigma's going to make the call as well. So all 5 of these players come along. So a big pot here brewing. King of diamonds on the turn. Perfect card there for Sigma. He's going to check around to Philip, and he's going to put the rest of his stack in. Philip's got the ace deuce low, so that's why he's pushing this pot so hard. Paul with the ace deuce as well, but now has the nut flush draw. It's going to get chew off the hand here. I don't think Sigma can ever fold. Yeah, he's going to put that one in there as well. He's going to be very happy to see that he actually has the lead in the hand. As Philip and Paul are playing their ace deuce, but there's a lot of outs for Paul. Paul, any diamond, and Paul can 3/4 this one here with Philip. But as it stands now, Sigma has the high, and Philip and Paul are the ones getting quartered.
That's why I was like, oh, don't show his hand because you're going to think he's switched too far.
42 for me, Scott. Man, that's hard for me to remember this.
Paul here, the only one that can take this one away from Sigma, I believe. Needing a diamond and only a diamond here. Philip and Paul both. Unless an ace, I guess an ace can come out. Well, Philip would still have the deuce tray low here. Oh, Robert did call. I thought Robert folded his hand. There's the diamond, but that's going to give the full house to Sigma. So Sigma's going to get the high here. Philip and Paul quartering the low. We'll see the side pot action. Yeah, I thought I didn't even see Robert's hand there, Mike. Yeah, he definitely had the hammerlock on that one. But the board pairing gives Sigma the kings full, and so Philip and Paul are going to be quartering the low, splitting the low between each other. I think Robert was the short stack out of that ordeal, and so he is going to be the one eliminated. So the entire pot's going to go halfway to Sigma, and then Paul and Philip chopping that low. Yeah, Robert definitely, he did have the straight with the 9-10 there, but dodging a lot of outs and diamonds and board pairing. Pretty gross river indeed for Robert. Played patiently today. The cards did not go his way. I don't think I saw hardly anything in his hands the entire night, but hang on this long.
I'm just saying, you was just chasing the flow.
So half this pot going to Sigma, and then half and half of the low.
I just want that pair of boards. It's a wrap. Down to 4 people, man.
Nate, Mike, this seems kind of. Have you played cash before? Or you played cash one time? Okay.
And that big pot's going to move Sigma into the lead. 282,000 right behind him. Chu 244. Paul still just over 200,000. Kevin under 182. Philip with 148, and Nathan the short stack at only 55. So Nathan looking to get involved here pretty soon.
You would have gave me the regular a black diamond. It could be a
Could be a lady diamond or a really diamond. You got 3/4. You're still chopping low. Was there any way you could have got the whole low?
Yeah, ace comes, I get the low one.
Do you have anything where he could get the low one? Or a deuce?
I had ace 2-3.
I knew my low was dead.
That's why I plotted it the entire free rolling in. 6,000 to go.
Philip here under the gun looking down at ace 9 to 766 into the muck. Paul calling it 6,000. Kevin calling 6,000 as well. Jack 9854, or maybe backwards there. I think he folded here and Paul called his, which is what I should have expected. I don't think Paul has seen 5 cards that he hasn't liked yet. Let the graphics catch up here. Chew,
I want so bad to go.
Ace Jack Deuce, naked ace of clubs in his hand.
I already seen it, so it was like,
Two, it's three.
Queen 10 deuce on the flop, king on the turn. Sigma still with 2 pair. Ace Jack Broadway for Chew. He's going to bet this one out. Nobody has any spades to come along, so this hand will go to him.
I had a deuce too. You know you had something with it. Quit it.
I think someone's going to get 6 turns. They're not going to fold if they're not turn on the right.
Blinds are 3,000, 6,000. Hand number 44 of this $65 entry, $1,000 guaranteed Tuesday night Congress tournament here at Poker House Fort Worth. August has been the Congress month. Not only introducing this Tuesday night tournament, but the Congress cash games are 100% free at Poker House Fort Worth for the month of August. 0 access fees for Congress cash tables. Definitely seen some Congress here at Poker House Fort Worth this month. But this tournament is about the cheapest way to get to play 5 cards, as it's quite a bit more to get into some of those Congress games we've been having than just $65 to enter. Jack 9-7 on this flop here. Not much going for any player. Checks around to a 3 of clubs on the turn. Chew having the queen high club draw. Still no one wanting to bet Jack on the river. No one holding a Jack. And Philip here is going to have a pair of 9s. Is that it? That's what I see. Pair of 9s, Jacks and 9s with a queen. So some blinds picked up there by Philip, which are important in tournament play. Got his big blind back plus a couple more can survive some orbits. Philip here checking his top set of queens. Chew's going to be the one to bet this out, who has pocket aces for about the 14th time here in this tournament, going to bet out 15,000. Needs another Broadway card here to make Broadway to take the lead here from Philip. Philip also has the backup 9-7 diamond draw. Yeah, Philip did check raise, so that's what they were getting the corrections there on the graphic, and that's going to be a huge card there for Philip as he pushes in the rest of his stack, or at least 78,000 of it is a pot size bet. Queen's full. Jew going to be dead here to an ace. See if he can get away from this one here. Poor guys look down at pocket aces. I don't know how many times this tournament. Of course, pocket aces don't always work out that great in Congress.
And I go there, you go there, collision.
Does go ahead and let that one go, so Philip picks up a nice pot there. It's going to show the queens. Put him over the 200,000 mark.
Anyone want a drink?
Kevin under the gun first act, looking down at ace king 8-7-7 at naked ace of diamonds. Telling Carlos there that he's doing a great job dealing. Folds around to Philip on the button. Paul going to call the 3,000, and Nathan going to check his options. So we're going to go heads up to a flop. Jack, Jack, king on this flop. Neither player with a king or a jack goes check, check to a turn. 9 of hearts. Check, check again. 3 on the river. Paul's ace, or no, Nathan has a 9. Pair of 9s. Jacks and 9s with a queen kicker. Gets his big blind back and another big blind.
LSC Ridge say, yeah, there's Kevin. Redneck can do what I said. Oh, you heard it? You only put it forward. That's what he did last time.
Kevin there letting everybody know that I'm commenting on how nice Kevin is to our staff here at Poker House Fort Worth. We always appreciate him here at Poker House Fort Worth, the defending champion of last week's tournament.
No, he don't. I know that.
As these blinds are getting bigger, some of these players are being a little more discerning about the hands they want to play. Early tournament fashion, you could see pretty much everyone limping in with pretty much anything. They decided to limp in on this one, and Kevin's going to check his action. Jack, 6, ace, rainbow on this one here. Going to check all the way around. All 4 to a turn to see a 7 of spades. The low is in play. Philip going to bet out here. Open-ended on this turn with a deuce 4 low. Pretty solid low. Looks like Paul makes the call here.
I mean, is he not a motherfucker? Get that over your headset. Motherfucker.
Kevin is just super happy about how this tournament's going. You know, he's had a great chip lead. Defending champion.
Keep giving me fucking full houses in hand.
Well, you're just playing drama. Drama hop. Whatever the hell it's called. You're playing the wrong game.
That deuce 4 and pocket 9 is going to be good enough to take this one down.
He hit 3 kings. So I was like, well, good thing you didn't call because there's 3 of my outs in his hand.
Jackass, I'm about to stick my ass in this place.
What do you have kings full of? I think it was just 3 kings. He doesn't even know what a full house is.
Kevin giving out tips at the table of just how stoic one has to be in this game to make a lot of folds like he does. Just the patience of a monk, and lets everyone know that if they need any tips on how to be relaxed and enjoy themselves at a poker table, that's the guy you can watch right there.
How come they have his whole face blurred?
Blurry as well.
Anytime Kevin makes a movement, it's a blue.
He's causing me to act like that. Oh, yeah. That's the deal like always. Because be more cooperative with the card.
He thought you liked sets of kings.
Sigma under the gun, looking down at ace jack 5 4 4 suited ace 5 spade players. Ace 4 low working. Good enough to make the call of 6,000. Philip, not much to talk about there. Lets his hand go. Paul makes the call. Kevin decides to come along as well in the small blind. Chu checking his option. A 9 7 9 on this flop here. Kevin having a 9. No one else in the field. Pocket 4s there. Binks for Sigma, though, on the turn. 24,000. Not sure if Kevin can quite lay this one down, but he does go ahead and make the call. He's going to need a 9, 10, king, or ace here on this river to take this one away from Sigma. Deuce on the river, no help. And Sigma's ace. Ace 5 player there.
I know I have both sides. I said it played 3 days ago. I know it does.
Sir, quit pointing out your one in hand.
I have to point it out if he doesn't know how to do this.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
I'm not gonna work.
He knows where he gets his cigarettes.
I didn't say a word until he effed it up. And I
That's a job. I was like, hey, okay.
yeah. They tried to chop a 9 high straight with me last night with an 8 high. And I'm like, 9 high straight beats an 8 high. They're like, you're getting cornered. I'm like, no, I'm winning 3 quarters of this.
We don't know what's
6 players remaining, only 2 on the pay scale. $945 to first place, $405 to second. Nathan been nursing that short stack, patiently waiting to get something to get that in with. Blinds are 4,000, 8,000. Philip going to be the first one to act on this hand. throws his cards into the muck. Paul, who finally finds 5 cards he doesn't like, lets him go. Kevin on the button going to play his position. Kevin letting his cards go, and Chew calling the 4 in the small blind. Sigma is going to pot this on the big blind with his aces, with the ace of hearts, 4 of hearts for the flush low player. Tough one here for Nathan. That's probably going to be close to the rest of his stack. Does he decide to go ahead and just put it in here, try to get some pot odd value, or does he want to go ahead and save that 47,000 behind? Blinds are 4,000, 8,000. Now he does go ahead and just make the call, leave himself a little bit behind. And we'll see if Chew makes this call here.
That's different than knowing how to be a team. 5,000. 32,000. Oh, confusing everyone. Yeah. Okay, he plotted it. Confusing. You said you wanted to.
7 Jack 4 here. I think it's Nathan. Pocket queens, Jack 4. Sigma can bet 96. Nathan's going to put in the rest of his chips there. Chew with the ace deuce low is going to be forced to come along here as well. More than likely, he is cutting out the calling chips, needing some running spades to take down this high, or one more low card to wrap up the low.
I have 4,000 back. 96,000.
$300,000 pot here.
So I'm gonna give him 4,000 back.
You know, Reese right now is going, you know, this is a, you know, it's hard.
Small side pot action. 3 of spades does give Chew some hope there, and he's actually going to go ahead and push that in there since he's got the net low now with the redraw to the spades. Sigma has found himself in a tough spot in a big pot. Does go ahead and get out of the way. Big fold there by Sigma. So Nathan needing to dodge a spade to stay alive. A spade or a 5 would take this away from Nathan. King on the river does not help, so the side pot goes to Chew, and then it's going to be a jacks and 4s versus the ace deuce low of Chew.
Yeah, because he was big blind and he potted it. That's why it went 3 times that plus that not counting the back.
I was about to serve.
Yeah, I knew I was behind. I had pocket aces. I know I was behind. But I had my low was dead. I had a gutter ball and back 4 hearts. Kevin, congratulations. you the card, just put your hand. If you fix them better, I wouldn't have to come fix them. There you go, sir. It is, watch.
Paul first act here under the gun. Can he make two folds in a row? No, there's no shot there. He can't handle not being involved two hands in a row. Going to come along with the Queen 9-8-8 tray. Chu going to play his button here. Ace 8 suited of hearts with Ace Deuce low. Sigma going to call the 8,000 with Pocket Kings, Jack 10-6. Philip checking his option. Lots of aces. Ace, ace, ace on this flop. So congratulations to Chu. And, you know, Sigma, see if he gets hung up here having the Pocket Kings, the nut boat. See if he wants to believe anybody has the ace. Of course, he hopefully should. 4 players, 5 cards. So you're going to bet this one out here. Oh, Sigma, that's what I said. He's going to get. Is he going to convince himself that he doesn't have the ace? Pot's not worth it, Sigma. Yep, he does make the intelligent fold. Good job. Now show him the ace, Chu. Make him feel better. There you go. The man that's had pocket aces all night long, of course, has the 4th ace in his hand. Increasing his chip lead here late. Chu has played fantastic.
That's what I'm saying. So if you get your king on the river, then you think you're both good. There's 5 cards.
Need to reset the hand there. There we go. Nathan calling under the gun. Chu coming along in the cutoff with ace, queen, jack of hearts with the ace, deuce, low player. Philip with trip kings deciding to complete the small blind. Paul going to check his action. We're going to see 4 players to a flop. Queen 4, 6. Chu with the ace, queen. Nathan going to be betting this out with the queen with the open-ended straight draw. Queen, jack for the high, 7, 5 open-ended. Chu going to come along as well. He has the ace queen plus the low nut low draw. And Paul going to come along as well. Good to see some interesting turn cards here. 3 on the turn does give Chu the nut straight. No, I'm sorry, Nathan the nut straight with his 7, 5. Chu still holding the nut low, going to come along. And Paul finally decides to give his up there. And so Nathan all in with the nut 5, 7 straight, and Chu with the ace deuce. And not much can change here, I don't think. A board pairing 3 is not something that changes anything. Yeah, so Nathan's going to have the high here with the 7, 5, and Chu. Ace, deuce, nut low, chops up Paul's money. And Nathan has pushed himself back over the 100K mark. off of life support, being all in the last a couple times the last hour or so.
I tell you, I'm all in. I haven't done that.
Listen, you bet 65?
I'm sorry. Okay. You want big check? Big check?
I'm gonna get canceled on my day job. I can't tell you.
How they go? Big check? That's what I hear every time we leave all the time. You want big check? Like they don't have this way.
Listen, Whataburger has milkshakes.
Maybe Waterburg does, but we pulled
Want to
into
sit in that line for 2 hours?
McDonald's over here and they're like, oh, we're sorry. That's down there.
So this guy was in the Whataburger line and he was ordering for a family and it was taking too long. So this lady behind him is like obnoxiously honking the horn and everything else to piss him off. So he ends up going to the next window and he says, hey, listen, I want to pay for the lady. And then takes it and then he ends up stealing the food. Yeah, I saw it.
Dealer Kevin in the box.
And we were kind of sitting there, we're like, okay, this dude's taking a while, but ordering a bunch of food. Now we all realized he was listening to the speaker. He was passed out, he passed in the driver's seat, waiting for whatever, because there's nobody else in front of him. We're like, what the hell? Everybody started going, he's ordering from nowhere. Yeah. Just wondering why she doesn't get more told. Everybody's gonna try to get food. Someone else is on the left, right here. Look, frisky.
I'm a trip.
What? Yes, yes, yes. Call.
Philip on the button going to make the call. Paul going to complete the small blind. Nathan going to raise this one up with ace, ace, jack, jack, 8. Double suited aces. Philip and Paul going to come along for the raise. And we have a $100,000 pot already to a flop. 3-handed 6, 9, 10 rainbow. Paul here flopping the jack high straight. I'm sorry, the 10 high straight. 7, 8 in his holding. Nathan, even though he has aces and jacks, the 8 is the most important in his hand. It gives him the open-ended straight draw, which will be bigger than Paul's. Actually, they'll be drawn to a chop, as Paul has a jack in his hand as well. But Nathan does put in his last 69,000 to come along. Philip here trying to find a reason to call. I don't see one either. Some running diamonds, running straight cards, running low. Not sure if it's quite worth the price, as he does go ahead and fold. So Nathan in a lot of trouble against Paul. He's going to need some sharing cards here. There's another 10, not going to be one of them. 6 on the river, not going to be one of them either. So Paul going to take this one down with the 7, 8 straight, and we're going to say goodbye to Nathan, who did a fantastic job at nursing that short stack, finding a good spot here and there to get it in to build it back up. But the blinds are getting bigger, needed to make a move to really build a stack, and had a good hand. Just Paul's straight snuck in there and broke it up. So well played by Nathan. Players are going to go on a short break here. We are 5-handed, going to be paying 2. That's it, unless they decide to pay more. So don't go anywhere. We want to thank you for being on Poker House Fort Worth live stream on YouTube and Facebook. When we come back from this break, we're going to be taking you down to the winners of this $1,000 guaranteed Congress tournament, $65 buy-in here at Poker House Fort Worth on Tuesday nights. We'll be right back.
Yeah, we race off the yellows, right?
Yeah, Is it purple? Same.
Same, the yellows too, right?
Yellows too?
Yeah, okay.
Probably like the 5 and 10.
How many yellows you got?
Can I get the yellow for the yellow?
Pick the yellow.
You earned it.
Or, no, you got the purple.
One short.
Yellow, purple, guys. Yellow, purple.
Can you put your yellows up? Do you have any extras?
Jackal.
You sure about that?
Look at him. Lucky you, Kevin. You got an ace. You got an ace on one chip. You got an ace.
We both have a
If I just added up all the times that I hit those, then I'll do that for another turn.
I need the purple on the rack, sir.
Oh, 9,000. So it is like 10,000 total. This is 9.
Just rack them up so we can pass them over.
Oh, I was just counting
I
to
don't
make
want to
sure.
walk out.
My bad. No, I was gonna pass it to you. I ain't gonna do you like that.
The cash chips.
Huh?
You want us to go with the cash chips after you deal with this?
Sure.
Will you have time?
He's lying. Don't ever trust him.
What? I learned that from you. See?
Son,
See?
because-
Ah.
Here's the banana. That's the first. See you later. Bye.
Do I restore deck?
Huh?
Restore?
Yeah.
Still
something recent. I haven't really had anything flood. Now what? Just terrible.
Yeah, you need a big time to get up to. Petrol hand.
So he got lucky early on. What he would have been.
This guy too. And the boy over there. Everybody got lucky early. I don't like lucky early. But I don't like it. I got a big respect for them. I don't have a proper training. Coffee is 75.
I've now been trying to catch some.
That's been a long time.
Big money.
Long time.
Not big money last time? Or did he go?
I
I don't remember all that.
more than
See, I don't know if he went out. I don't know if the button. I don't know if the button. I'm already tired of it. It's a long day. Five overslow. Who won the race on it? The yellow.
you and me. You have one key.
What?
You have
We
one.
both got one chip.
I have three. But we both have eight. You lucky.
And we have 5 players left. Only 2 are getting paid unless they decide otherwise. Chew, your chip leader, with 350,000. Paul with 328,000. Sigma and Kevin 160 and 150, and Philip with 140. So 3 players fairly even, and the top 2 players fairly even. The blinds, I believe, are coming back to 10, 15, or 5-10, one or the other. The blinds are starting to get up there, though, so players are going to have to start making some moves sooner rather than later. Hand number 53 of this $65, $1,000 guaranteed Congress tournament. Chew looking at an ace, queen, tray. Queen tray suited the ace, has a suited 5 as well, so he has diamonds working in the ace tray at low. Paul, king, 984, calling 40 as well. Kevin going to check his option. Ace, deuce, jack, 2 diamonds. That's going to give Chew the nut diamond draw. 3-5 player low. Kevin's hand, unfortunately, not much going on. Paul's going to fold as well, so Chew going to bet this out and take this one down. First hand back from break. Yeah, each pot here, blinds are 20 and 40. Is that correct? I don't believe that's quite correct. We'll check on the graphic on that one there. Blinds, it should be 5,000, 10,000 here. Might need to make some corrections there in the control room. No one here having spades. So straight there from Sigma. Both with the king, queen, and Paul with the king, queen. So we're going to get the blinds and the stacks corrected real quickly. And while we are doing that, I want to tell you a little bit about next Tuesday. This tournament won't be going on. We're going to be doing Flight A of our $50,000 guaranteed tournament. That's right, the $50,000 guaranteed Summer Jam 2. The same tournament we ran back in June is an 8-flight simultaneous tournament between Poker House Fort Worth and Poker House Peaks. All 8 flights in both locations. The top 12% will be getting paid. And the top 8% moving along to day 2. But this time we're going to do day 2 at Poker House Fort Worth. That's right. Day 2 is going to be coming back to Poker House Fort Worth. In June, we had day 2 at Peaks. So this time we're going to come back here and we're going to be having the day 2 live on stream right here, a feature table all the way down to a winner for that $50,000 guaranteed tournament. We had almost a $70,000 prize pool in June, hoping we can do that again and better. Starting a week from today, Tuesday. Flight A is at 6 p.m. It's only a $65 buy-in for 20,000 in chips. And you can get an instant bonus for $10 of an additional 10,000 in chips. 4 players are seeing a flop of 5, 8, 7. Paul going to pot this one up with 9, 6 straight. Kevin's got the nut low, so you're going to see him probably come along as well, which he does. Chew could ruin the party with the king high flush, but decides to let it go. Sigma, top 6. Again, these chip stacks are being put together and counted, so Sigma's going to see that he's behind with the 6-4 straight, but he's going to be happy to see that he has the top set redraw, looking for a board to pair. Ball with the 6-9, and Kevin here, as long as he doesn't get counterfeit, he's got a lot of ways to win the low here, so good position here for Kevin. There's an ace. He's still got a 2-4 player, 3, so Kevin's going to have the low, and Sigma with the... Yeah, no, I don't know what Kevin was putting there. Yeah, Paul's got the 6-9 straight. So Sigma, if Paul had him outdone there, yeah, little errors in the readers there. Yeah, Sigma's still gonna have chips from his 6-4 there, because I don't think Paul had a low. No, he did not. So Sigma's still gonna have some chips there, but Kevin and Paul chopping up that big main pot there. So nasty flop there for Paul and Sigma, but luckily Sigma did have some ounce left with the top set, and Kevin floating along getting half of that pot with the ace deuce, and even though the ace came out, he had a 4-2 backup. Ended up making the wheel, actually. So the blinds are 5,000, 10,000. Chip stacks are pretty accurate. We'll get those double checked here shortly. Once in a while in the Congress game with the high-low chopped pots, etc., they can get off just a little bit, but we do our best to stay up with them. Paul under the gun, looking down at trip 7's king 10. Going to let that one go. Kevin, ace 3-4-5, ace of diamonds player with the 5-4 of diamonds. Chew going to call along. Sigma going to put in his last 40 with pretty much 85 cards that he had there. He's got the king jack 2-3-4. Lots of low opportunities if an ace does come out. Preferably some Broadway cards though, because Kevin's got him dominated in the diamond department, and they have a lot of diamonds between them. Chew even has a couple diamonds there to ruin the party. And all these players are going to come along for that 40,000. I don't think Chew's going to... Chew could fold. Yeah, he's going to fold. Yeah, ace 10, 6-6, nothing there. Save 38,000. That's 3 big blinds. So Sigma going to be all in. And the flop is 10, tray 9. Sigma needing a gut shot here, queen for a straight. Kevin's going to do some bet leading here with his 2 pair. Go ahead and make a pot or 100,000 bet here with the 9-3 2 pair. Ace 4 running low cards. Philip's going to get out of the way, so Sigma here He's going to see that he's a little behind, needs a queen. There's a jack for some more additional 2-pair outs. 9 on the river. So Sigma's going to have jacks and 9s. And Kevin's going to have the full house. So Sigma got it in on the next hand after losing that massive pot. Previously, that was definitely a tournament-changing hand. And he had the bottom end of the straight with the top set. Don't hate the put in there on the redraw. If they have 6-9 there for the bigger straight, they have it. But regardless, he had the top set redraws. Like I said, and then just put in the last of his chips with the next hand, as most tournament players do. But he definitely played well. And then there were 4. Paul, Chu, Kevin, and Philip. Kevin looking down at ace, king, king, 8-5, ace-5, suited and low player. Kevin inquiring about chopping with the other players. He wants to give them a chance because he knows that he would easily take this down if they play it out. But he wants to give them a chance to take some money home so they can come back and play with him later. Last week's Lions share winner of the Congress tournament. Kevin again makes the call. Small blind folds over to Paul. Checks his option. So Kevin and Paul are going to go heads up here. Ace, queen, queen on this flop here. Paul having nothing, Kevin having the aces. Jack on the turn. It does give Paul Broadway with king 10. Both goes check, check. 6 of diamonds on the river doesn't do anything. Paul going to put out a little feeler bet here to see if he can get something out of here. Kevin may just have to call a little bit here, but may not. It's only 10,000. Yeah, he's going to just see what he has. Paul's going to show him the Broadway. Makes an extra big blind there. Harder for Paul to have king 10 there whenever Kevin has 2 of them. I believe they are going to pause the clock and figure out an ICM chop. Begin the tournament with a $1,350 prize pool. As the floor SEPT gets the chip counts from all of the players. We'll see if the players take a vote after hearing what the placements. No vote needed as the players don't like the sound of the ICM chop, so play is going to continue. Paul being the chip leader, 415,000, Chu 340, Kevin 270, and Philip with 95.
take 400 apiece and give them the rest.
That's not
Yeah,
even my money.
give them 150.
That's only 150. Oh, I paid 175. What I paid you 175 again?
You just said this.
Well, I thought there was more left. I thought there was a 200. Well, I thought there was 200.
Poker player negotiations at the poker table are always the most difficult. Philip under the gun folds his holdings. Paul on button's going to come along with the Jack, King Jack 10 8 8. Kevin makes the call with Queen 10 9 6 deuce, and Chu checking his option. Pocket nines 3 4 5. 3 players to a flop. 5 deuce 5 on this flop. Chu has flopped tripped fives. Paul lets it go, and Kevin lets his go as well, and Chu climbs up a little bit the ladder there. Just been the quiet assassin at the table all night long. Built up a decent chip stack early, never really let it go, was never really at risk.
Yeah, this hand's probably tapped. This last hand's probably tapped.
Y'all, we should have took it. 25 apiece out each of ours.
Yeah, that would have let me make money. I'd have made $30.
You ever took?
Are you talking about?
Let's take what we take, and we give, when she pays us out, we each give them 25
Talking about on
hours.
the ICM?
Yeah.
I'm not taking 25.
Oh, you don't want to?
I've already taken less than you guys.
Oh, right.
4 players remaining as the leaderboard stands right now. Only 2 of them getting money. 945 for first. Paul under the gun calling 10,000. Chu completing the small blind. Philip checking his option. 3 players to a flop of 4 5 4. Philip having a 4 here. Chu checking his option to the small blind. Philip going to go ahead and bet out his 4 now. And it's going to fold all the way through. And so Philip picks up some blinds there. Gets his blind back. Plus a 1.5 from Paul. Or 2 other blinds from Paul and Chu. Blinds are very important at this stage of a tournament. Especially only 4-handed. Those big blinds that come around quickly. Paul in the big blind. Kevin the first to act. Blinds are 10 and 15,000. Kevin under the gun calls the 15. Philip completing in the small. Paul checking his option. Going 3 ways to a flop of King 7 5 2 diamonds. Philip with the diamond high, king high diamond draw with the top set of kings. Immediately puts in the rest of his money. And I don't think anyone else has much of anything else to come along here. Although Kevin's cutting out some chips. He does have ace deuce low draw. Could get a little bit of his money back if the low does come on the turn or river. So he does go ahead and make that call for only 45,000 more. He's got the ace deuce. Looking for a low. There's the deuce. And Kevin's going to make the call because I think he had 3-4 as well. Yeah, he does have the nut low. And so Philip here going to chop this pot up with Kevin. Chop up Paul's money there. Paul 380, Chu 350, Kevin 267, and Philip 123. These last four players of this $1,000 guaranteed $65 entry Congress tournament. Prize pool was $1,350. Action's going to be on Chu. Folds his cards as Philip on the button looks down at pocket aces with Jack 8 deuce. So he's got ace deuce of hearts, pocket aces. Paul folds. Kevin folds. So Philip, no takers on that one there, but no complaints as he gets a decent hand on the button to pick up a small and big blind, a free orbit there. Philip under the gun, first to act. Ace, king, queen, 7, 6. Naked ace of hearts. Close, but no cigar. As he does throw it into the mug, Paul's throwing his hand away. Kevin completes the small blind with the 8, 6, 6, 4 deuce. Chu checking his option as well. Jack 3, 9, 2 diamonds. Deuce on the turn. Chu in the lead with nines, I believe. 4 on the river. Check, check. So Kevin with 2 pair. Deuce 4. And I believe it's going to be a 6-8 chop. Yeah, yep, they quarter up the low there. The flush does come there. Either way, he had the high 1 and the both having a 6-8 player low. Chu in the small blind, Philip in the big blind. Paul going to be first act here on hand number 63. Paul making the call at the graphics catch up here. Paul makes the call with queen 10 at 7-3 deuce. Kevin finally getting pocket aces, makes the call. Has an ace, both suited aces with an ace for a low player. Strong hand here for Kevin on the button. See if the flop cooperates. It does. 9, 5, ace, 2 hearts. Top set for Kevin. Chu having the flush draw. That does get there with his 8 high of hearts. Let's see if he sees it check down. Kevin may need to put in a bet here on the button, because if it goes check, check around, his set of aces are going to lose unless we can pair the board, which it does not. So choose 8, 4, and Paul think two low cards there. 8-4 is going to win the high, and I
Ace four don't work? I got enough fucks. That don't work? Yeah, light green. Give me a set and just run it out. Small cards and flushes.
Kevin thanking Carlos there for giving him a set. It's hard to flop a set of aces. Wanted Kevin to enjoy it there.
Everybody get 325. Let's go all that and stuff. Play for the last little $50.
I'm good with that.
Paul's still your chip leader with 370, Chew 357, Kevin 245, and Philip with 148. But these blinds are getting up there to where these chip stacks can swing pretty easily. Kevin under the gun looking down at Jack 8, 6-4, deuce.
We're not gonna change though after this.
No, there ain't no changing. We agree. That's it.
So it doesn't matter what they're gonna have to do.
Yeah.
We already agreed. So, we already agreed. Just chill.
I'm just gonna call.
Y'all got better hand than me.
Do you need to announce that to the fucking, because of what the live stream world?
King of 5, ace, rainbow flop here. Not much for any player here.
Crazy, bro.
3 of diamonds on the turn. Paul got an open-ended. It doesn't quite get there. It does go running diamonds here. Chew going to bet out here. And nobody's going to call this here, so Chew going to get his stack a little bit larger in case they decide to do another ICM investigation. See if we can get the table audio back here just momentarily. Blinds are 15 and 30,000. They are going up quickly. Philip can be first under the gun to act. Queen 10 is 7-4 deuce into the muck. Paul calls the 15,000 on the button. Kevin and Chew. Kevin completes and Chew checks his option. Queen 9-5. 2 diamonds on this flop. Got shots for Kevin and Chew. King on the turn does give Kevin top pair. Paul's got a set of 9s. That Jack does take the lead there, though, for Kevin. So Paul had his set pulled away there from him at the last minute. Kevin making the king high straight. Blinds are still 10 and 15,000. get this table audio back up and going for you guys. All 4 players calling to see a flop here. King 8-3, 2 hearts on this flop. Paul here betting 60,000 out with his 2-pair queen high flush draw. Kevin getting out of the way. Chu decides to let his go, and Philip makes the call with his ace deuce. 6 on the turn does give Philip the nut low, and Paul still ahead with his king tray. Philip's going to move all in. Paul's going to call here, so unless anything changes here, which I don't see it. Philip could hit a 7. No, Philip could hit a 7 here to take this away from Paul. Does not. So Philip's ace deuce is going to hold for the low, and Paul's going to win. So chop on this pot here. Chu is still a ever so slight chip leader, 357,000 to Paul's 255, Kevin with 260, and Philip with 150. But one big scoop away from a good chip lead for any one of these players here, which is more than possible. So it still could be anyone's game. Paul here under the gun looking down at ace king suited with the ace deuce low. Looks like he's just going to call the 30,000. Kevin looking down at jack 10, 763 on the button. Decides to go ahead and let that one go. Chu completes the small blind. Philip checking his option. 3 players to a flop. Queen, jack, 4, 2 clubs. Chu a quick check. Philip quick check, and a Paul quick check. 4 on the turn. None of these players having a 4. No low possibilities. Deuce on the river. Looks like Paul may be having the best of this one here with the rivered 2-pair, queen deuce. So an additional big blind picked up there by Paul. Still 4 players remaining. All these players playing very passively. Lots of limping in at pre-flop. Any single hand can swing chips drastically. No player wants to give up in a bad spot. Kevin looking down at ace, queen, tray, deuce, deuce. Ace, queen, tray of hearts. So ace high flush player. Chew calls the 30,000 with ace, jack, 9, 8, 4. Philip in the small blind, only 15 more to him. Looking down at ace, deuce, tray. Goes in and puts the rest of his chips all in. The pot should hold him. Paul lets his holdings go. Kevin, too good a hand to fold. Goes ahead and makes the re-raise all in. And so it's going to be Philip and Kevin, with Philip the one at risk here. Flop of 9, 5, 8. Both players having the ace deuce low. Another 5 does not change anything. 7 on the river. Looks like both players chopping the low. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 straight for Philip. So Kevin going to get quartered in this pot here. Both players having the ace deuce low, and Philip getting home there on the river with the 6-10 straight. So tough river card there for Kevin. Hand number 69 in this $1,000 guaranteed Congress Tuesday night $65 buy-in tournament. This month is the month of Congress here at Poker House Fort Worth. Not only did we introduce this Tuesday night Congress game, but we've had free Congress cash games. That's right, 0 access fee Congress tables. If you want to play Congress, Poker House Fort Worth is the place to play in August. All you need is a membership and 0 access fees for Congress tables. We've had quite a few of them over the last couple weeks. And you're not going to get to play Congress for $65 in any of those tables. But here in this tournament on Tuesdays, you can play a 5-card high, low for only $65 in this tournament. Get plenty of chips to do it with. Queen, 10, deuce, 2 diamonds as all 4 players here have limped in. Okay, Paul has a gut shot. All these players checking around. Diamonds do get home, but I didn't see diamonds in anyone's. Well, actually, Paul has the nut diamond flush. And they're still checking around. No one's wanting to really get out of line. Paul here, if these cards are correct, does have the nut diamonds. Don't really see a low. Anybody, Kevin's got a 5-8 low. But it looks like Paul's going to bet it here, and it's going to fold around. No one's going to contest it anyway. So Paul with a big pickup there, 3 big blinds. So Paul maintaining his lead and increasing it over Chew. 475 now for Paul, 267 for Chew, and Philip and Kevin 195 and 185 respectively. Philip and Kevin needing to find a spot here. The blinds are, I believe they're, let's see here. Getting close to, I think they're 1530 still. I'm not entirely sure. Let's have a look here as players call the blind levels here. Kevin in the small blind, Chew in at the big blind. Philip going to be the first one to act here on this hand. Looking down at a lot of aces, 7-6. Nice drama hand. 3 aces, 7-6. But not really that great for Congress. But he does have an 8 ace 6 low with a suited ace, so goes and calls a 30,000. Kevin not completing his small blind chew, checking the big blind as Paul came in as well. So we're going to have 3 players to a flop. Deuce 5 Jack on this flop, 2 hearts. And it looks like Chew bet this one out here. 105,000, quite a bit. No, maybe he didn't. Maybe Philip put his all in there. Philip bet that up. Yeah, Philip bet this out, and Paul made the call. 9 of diamonds on the turn. So it goes check, check to a river. Board pairing 5 on the river. Philip showing aces. Paul never does quite get there. So Philip trip aces does work once in a while. Gets pushed that pretty decent pot. So big chip up there for Paul, or for Philip, courtesy of Paul, swinging the chip lead over. Like I said, any one hand here can do it. I'll be getting an update here on the table volume here shortly. Blinds are 15 and 30,000. Paul, another guy going to call 30,000. Kevin going to defend his button for 30,000 as well. Chew completes the small blind and Philip checks his option. We're going to go 4 ways to a flop. Each one of these pots are huge compared to players' stack sizes. Ace, deuce, 6. Got a 3, 7, 6, 6, 4 low right now for Chew. Board pairing 2 does give Philip and Kevin trips here. And Philip's going to bet his deuces out. Paul going to let his holdings go. Kevin's got a deuce as well. Yep, he goes ahead and puts the rest of his chips into the middle. There's our sound. And now Chew lets his go as well. So we're going to be all in here. And I believe the cards are correct. Looks like they are. Kevin going to be behind here looking for actually a 7 or a 9, pretty much. $10 on the river. So Philip is going to win trip deuces with a queen and a 7-5 low. And that's going to be it for our defending champion, Kevin. Apparently, they did agree on a chop at some point. Five, five, king on this flop. No player having a 5. 6 on the turn. 4 on the river, and I think that's going to give Chu. Yeah, 4 is full of 5, so if he goes check, check, check here, Chu may put in a bet. Yeah, he did put in a bet there, and both players fold. Trying to get word here if they did some sort of chop while we lost the table audio. So these players did make a money deal. All 4 players got $300, and they're playing for the extra 150. So 4th place, Kevin did get 300 for his efforts. The next 2 players out get 300 as well, and then the last man standing gets 450. So all 4 players did make the money. They did a deal, and so then they're playing for an additional $150.
Huh? No, so he lost them in the tournament. He lost them in the tournament, that's what I saw. I said we lost them in the tournament, I don't know if you knew.
So these 3 players plus Kevin all took home some money. The next 2 out get 300, and the last man standing gets the lion's share of $450.
I know he can't leave, that's Mr. Choose right. That's what he said.
I'll see you later.
Kevin joining us back on the stream. Phillips can raise this one up 128,000 with his ace jack, 7-4 deuce, ace suited working, ace of diamonds working. Raises it up there and gets Chu to fold. So pick up there by Mr. Phillip.
Going to get my. Chu gonna get left if you give me money.
Yeah, you give him his money, he gonna leave. Gonna leave you.
Chew on the button here. Ace, king, jack, 5, 4. Calls the 40. Philip here with ace, king, 10, 8, 3. Suited ace, king, ace, tray, low player. Does make the call. Paul checks his option with ace, queen, queen, 10, 9. Ten, 7, 3, 6 on this board. Philip picks up the nut. Flush draw. Decides to check. Chew with the straight. Makes a bet of 75,000. Again, these players just do not want to go out. And Philip going to gamble here a little bit. He's got the 2 pair with a 10-3, the heart draw. And he does have an ace-8 low. Chew's got the better low with the ace-4. So Chew here dodging outs. The board does pair 10-3, giving Philip the top. Give him the boat. And Chew here is going to make the call, and they're going to end up chopping this one up. So big river there for Philip. Otherwise, that would have been a massive, massive chip swing. Philip here in the lead with the ace. Deuce on the turn does bring some low draws. 10 on the river does not get it home. Does anybody have king X Broadway? They do not. 2 pair for Philip. Actually, Paul's going to have the set of deuces.
Get me nervous. Oh, right. Mr. Chew. Not Chew. So you. Go.
Chew gonna bet out here. It's got a pair of 8s. Still has a spade draw with 8 deuce. Philip looking down at 8 7 7 5 4. He's got open-ended straight draw. Top pair of 8s. He's going to make the call. Paul here. Same thing. 2 pairs open, not quite open-ended, gut shot. He's got a lot going on in that hand, but it boils down to not a lot. So he's going to let that fold. So we're going to go a heads up to a river here. Gut shot 7. That Chew here can't make a bet. I guess Chew's cards are. Yeah, it's got the.
Well, yeah, I had 2 pairs. I'm like, okay, you got the low.
It's got the deuce tray low. And they're gonna. Philip's gonna get the high there.
He didn't call. Once he called, I ain't trying to.
That's what I want.
I had 2 pairs and it was straight.
Like my. So I could be interviewed like that. See, now what happened? If I went in with a period of hand, I fucked off all my chips. That's what he done.
Philip's gonna call 40,000 on the button here. Paul completes in the small blind. Chew in the big blind, looking down at King 8 7 4. 6 8 deuce flop. Checks around 3 on the turn. Board pairing 8 on the river. Chew here with trip 8s. That's going to be good enough, I think. Yeah, Paul and Philip both fold. All players pretty even. The blinds are 20 and 40. No one has a real advantage here. It's basically getting down to luck at this point. But they have chopped up the money. They're only playing for a little bit of extra for first. 300 for the next person going out, 300 for the person after that, and 452 the winner.
Get in there, shoot. 'Cause I ain't even look.
So the problem is I knew I didn't have to kick it.
I ain't even look.
I had 2 9s and 3 7s.
I ain't even look. Now let's get this shit in. I ain't even look. Let's get it over. Yeah.
Getting it out of the ditch, shoot.
That's it.
You didn't want to get it out of the ditch?
Ooh, I had a mojo though. Diamond right there. Diamond. Low diamond.
Fire it on in there. Isn't it time for Reese? Isn't it time for Reese to go to bed?
Kevin, my bedtime was a long time ago, sir. Supposed to be my day off, but instead I had to watch you win more money in Congress.
Man's forcing the action.
Paul's going to raise this one up, it looks like, with the ace, king, 10, 8, deuce, suited 8, deuce of diamonds.
That's the only reason I did it. That's the only reason I did it. Now get over here. Yeah, but yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Love mine.
I check. Hey. Hey, there we go, baby. Check. Red. Red ace. There we go.
Straight.
Is that going to be a scoop there for Paul? He's got the 6, 7, 8 down 10 high straight, and the ace, deuce, low player. That's going to be, oh no, Philip with the 10 high spades. Oh, goodness gracious there. So Chew will be our third place finisher for $300.
Go get your money, Chew. Money in here. Wait. I'm going home now. I'm ready to go. I got things I got to do. What are y'all chopping land now?
Yeah, we're done. It's
You don't pay no
midnight.
ends up in no midnight with no dang on Congress. Almost every pint gonna be chopped, chopped, chopped.
Seba, they're chopping.
Looks like they are going to chop the last two places out here in the $1,000 guaranteed Congress Tuesday night tournament. A $1,350 prize pool. They played it down to the bitter end. Uh, but I don't blame them. I mean, it's only a $65 entry playing for hundreds of dollars. Nothing wrong with that on a Tuesday night. But we're going to have to wait a few weeks for this tournament because next Tuesday is our first flight A of this $50,000 guaranteed tournament. That's right. The Summer Jam 2 is back starting next Tuesday. It's a $65 buy-in with a $50,000 guaranteed prize pool. It's going to be a combination tournament just like we did in June between Poker House Fort Worth and Poker House Peaks. We're going to have 8 flights Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You're going to have one flight Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 2 flights on Friday, and 3 flights on Saturday. All flights running simultaneously at Poker House Fort Worth and Poker House Peaks. The top 12% will be getting min cashes on the day one flights, and the top 8% in each flight will be bagging and tagging coming back to day two, August 25th, next Sunday, to here at Poker House Fort Worth. It's one thing we are doing different from the last time is having a uh, a day two in Poker House Fort Worth instead of Poker House Peaks. But other than that, everything's the same, and we hope the prize pool is going to be the same. We hope, like I said, it was only almost $70,000 last time, and I'm hoping to do the same and/or possibly even more. So don't miss out. Next Tuesday, a week from today, 6 p.m. Flight A starts for the $50,000 guaranteed Summer Jam 2. Look for it online. We'll be talking about it a lot more in the live streams. And don't miss out on DJ's game tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Right here at the same channels, YouTube and Facebook. And then we have our bomb pot tournaments coming up on Friday. Had a fantastic turnout for that. Our 2K guaranteed was surpassed on Saturday. And then another bomb pot every level tournament on Sunday. We got a lot coming up this week. And not to mention our hourly horse races, our free Congress cash tables. There's just so much to have here at Poker House Fort Worth, the best place for promotions, tournaments in the area. So lots of stuff coming up, and the biggest of things 1 week from today. But keep a lookout for your texts for information. Keep an eye out on Facebook, and hope to see you all at Poker House Fort Worth for a lot of these events, or here on YouTube and Facebook as we stream some of the events to you in your home. Again, send us a message on Facebook if you have any questions. Otherwise, cannot wait to see each and every one of you here at Poker House Fort Worth for all the great things we have coming up. Thanks for tuning in.